Biden administration, and I'm sitting there like,
During
why
the
y'all
Iraq
doing all
War?
this? Okay, there is a what happened? May must have left. Um, they went ahead and did all this white supremacist shit, but then you had this black one being the head of it. That's what I'm talking about. When you put a face out there and then y'all doing some other shit behind. You know what?
You can't,
I
but you
think
can't blame her though. Like, because right now, so it's to look like outward facing, like, oh look, it's not a white person doing it. It's a black person denying rights to people in Palestine. You know,
that's thank you. That's what I'm talking about. When you put a black face on it, oh, it's a cover up for their crimes. Nobody don't want to see who's really doing the crime.
Okay, so so if that's the case, so that's basically hopeless talk. So now what do we do?
no,
So
no,
we
no,
just
no,
not
no. It's
going.
not
We
hopeless
just
talk.
don't. We just gonna sit back and just let MAGA just fucking roll over all of us,
No,
steamroll
no,
over all of us.
no,
What
no.
the fuck we
That's not
supposed
what
to do?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I see the play. I see
I
the
see a
play.
whole lot. I see a whole lot
She
of
will get
play,
all the
but
arrows.
I only really see only really see AOC and Crockett really standing up. And I only saw Crockett standing up before all the rest of these fucking Democrats. So now what?
well, I mean,
AOC was in on this shit. Okay, what you talking about? She took the bite. She was in on this shit. Okay, she's in with the neocons. That's how come she got behind Hillary Clinton. They had a good talking to her. Okay, AOC got bought out. So did Jasmine Crockett. So did all the rest of them. They got bought out. They got fucking bought out. I don't know what are you guys seeing? The whole Ukraine war, all their propaganda was spread, the $350 billion that was spread. Nobody, no black person, and no some so-called Democrat supposed to be progressive said shit. Not a goddamn word. What are you talking about? Continuing.
what was it? Rashid Tlaib or whatever has been outspoken because she's part Palestinian. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
And she
no, she
got
is
sanctioned.
Palestinian, and they uh like revoked like it's all bad. Like Republicans are the party of cruelty, Democrats are the party of fecklessness,
They're not
and
feckless.
they are the same. They're practically the same thing. The
They-
difference now is that Trump is not a normal Republican. He was never a Republican. He's always been a real estate agent.
he's a populist, okay? He's a populist. That's what happens when you let
He said he was going to run as a Republican because it was
That's what happens when you let whatchamacallit.
Ken's eyes.
So it happens when you let pedestrians take hold, talk about politics. That's why it's funny. Why it's funny. Anyway, continuing. I guess they're running out of steam, and they're trying to push Jasmine Crockett. Are you kidding me?
Thank y'all for the donations. All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Like I said, donations are,
Are they really trying to push Jasmine Crockett? Really?
and
Let me tell you, since we're here, we're commenting. Let's drop the link. Okay? They ain't say shit about the $1 trillion that Biden spent and all the other crap that Biden did behind the scenes. But all of a sudden, Trump gets in. He didn't cause this stuff. He was in the first time. He didn't do none of this stuff. Okay?
like you, but just in general, that's all. Okay.
Come on, you can come up, AB, if you really
It's
want
kind
to.
it's kind of awkward now. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't. Did I do something wrong?
No,
no,
yeah, they're running out of steam.
you did. Yeah. So,
But are they really
so
pushing Jasmine
well,
Crockett?
I'm gonna go to bed, y'all. If you want to, I tell you what. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and talk. Fuck it. I'll let y'all talk. And Queen, you can do whatever you want. You know, yeah, I'm gonna take my black ass to bed. So,
Oh boy,
if something happens, just go ahead and call me. All right, y'all.
that what
Hello,
Leon?
y'all.
That's
Anybody
that's
talking?
the hard.
Queen, are you here?
Maybe I'll do a rewind on it since it
No,
was
I gotta go
pre-recorded.
work in a few hours. Shit, you talking about? I ain't gonna do no power. Yeah, what happened to the smoke? That's all you need. I gotta go work. I gotta work in 7 hours. What you talking about?
Hello, people.
Hey, Queen,
Hello.
are you
I gotta
taking
go.
this over on your channel?
I want to, but I don't get off work for another 2 hours. So
All right.
if y'all ain't sleep, I'll come back if Big J is gone.
Okay. Well, text me, Queen.
Yeah, I'll text you and I will put this on my community wall. So give me about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
All right,
Alrighty.
I carry on for another 10 minutes. I want
Uh,
somebody Mo, check the private chat real quick. So
So what are they talking about?
no,
they're trying.
back to
They're trying to. Well, number one, naturally against MAGA and Trump. Okay, and they're
Okay.
trying to. They're really trying to push Jasmine Crocker into leadership. That's what I said.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I don't know how it popped up on my feed. So I said, let me tune in, man.
Mm.
And I
Is
started
this live
laughing.
now or something?
Huh?
Is this live now?
No, it's not live. Actually it's a stream. It's a restream of a pre-recorded.
Okay. I don't watch the Coburgers last one. I told you they was cheerleading for Jasmine Crockett.
What is it about you? Why are they cheerleading for Jasmine Crockett? What is she doing that's so spectacular? What's she doing that's so spectacular that the cheerleading for? Yeah, so I went and looked up and see what her record was, cause see what she's actually pushing. Right?
Yeah.
It's almost nothing.
Yeah, most of her, from what I've heard, most of it's just immigration, a few immigration bills, and nothing for black people. That's for damn sure.
So why, what I'm saying is now she'll get on and she'll cuss and slap the podium, but the thing is she won't
Mhm.
talk about what her agenda is or what she's what she's doing. Okay.
Oh no, she actually did a video. She has no agenda. She's just opposition.
She's just in opposition to what Trump is doing. She's in other words,
Yeah.
she's the she's a Democratic opposition to Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, that's what she does. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
So what I'm saying is, okay, maybe I'll rewind it a little bit so we can hear what they're trying to push. But
To
I don't
the party.
understand against
one
her.
at a time. One at a time, please. Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead.
She has brought some fire to the Democratic Party that has been much needed, whether one agrees with it or not. And that's another reason why you got so much passion. But we worried about our country at the end of the day. Those of us that do love the country, and I think that's where all the passion is coming from. I mean, no, I'll catch y'all later.
they
All
weren't.
right. See you later, Queen.
They weren't worried about they weren't worried about the country for 4 years, and all of a sudden Trump gets in. Now they're worried about the country. Really?
Oh boy.
We can rewind it a bit.
Yeah.
I just dropped. I dropped in to see what they were talking about.
You know what I've started calling Jasmine Crockett? I call it by her proper name.
What?
She is the 25 version of a minstrel show.
She basically is running a minstrel show, and I think she's doing it intentionally. In fact, that's what Charleston White said about her, that she's fake. She's fake ratchet.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really her. She's putting on a show. And I said that a while back. I thought she was putting on a show because I looked at her
Mm-hmm.
background. Said you should be better than this,
Yes.
and you should be. I mean, if you're truly interested, you should be pushing policy. You're in Congress. It's not
I
like
know too many.
it's not like you're not in Congress. You're in Congress just like
Mhm.
everybody else. So you have a voice to say everybody else. The thing is, what are you using it for? Just to say we oppose Trump? That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. she's in my opinion, she's a poor excuse for black woman congresswoman,
Oh,
and I do mean that because I've met a few and they don't sound like this. They don't
no.
sound like her.
Well, I'm sure. I don't think she sounds like that ordinarily. I'm sure she didn't sound like that when she was running.
Especially with all the hand waving and stuff, buck dancing.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Did you hear about the I
And-
call it the DEI flight to space?
the link's in the chat, man. If you want to come up, okay. What we do, he's called comedy relief, but you know, even knuckleheads speak truth.
Yeah.
Okay,
did you-
and Charleston White is a expert on ratchets. Okay, he knows
Yeah.
when he sees one.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like Charleston White. I think he wanted to help the community, but you know all the
You could come up with the smoke, but you come up
Sure.
and as long as you talk policy, you don't scream. You can come up. Okay,
Sure.
you can come up. The thing is, we don't want the screaming and hollering and bleeding all over the floor. If you want respectful dialogue, you can come up. You can come on up. I have not seen anything out of Jasmine Crockett that's I could say is remarkable.
Presentable.
In fact,
alone.
AOC did the exact same thing with much more respectful. In fact, AOC was a bigger firebrand. Was it 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah.
And got way more attention. The thing is, you didn't hear this kind of stuff come out of her mouth. Okay.
I've never heard LSC.
May you do act like you stop that. Okay. But if the link's in the chat, man. Links in the chat. The thing is, you might have smoke, but I got a water and I got a fan. Because you seen me talk politics. Are you sure you're ready? You see, if they can buy AOC out, who is a firebrand and a Bernie bro, and a progressive, okay, how does that bode for everybody else? Okay, I've heard black female politicians talk about the Ukraine war and how they were bought out by basically bought out or assumed by Joe Biden and the neocons.
Yeah, they pretty much told them either you support this war or we're gonna send black and brown troops on the ground.
On the ground, yeah, I remember that. I said you could have had some guts and said something. You could have leaked it. You do nothing. Okay, you took the money, just like everybody else.
Speaking of BGS, speaking of a real firebrand, shout out to Nina Turner. She said pick it between Trump and Biden was like pick it between a half bowl of shit and a full bowl of shit.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I remember if you remember the video I put out that said you got to fix this, is because neither one of these guys should have been president, and they all set back. Okay, all of them, every last one of them set back and knew this guy could not run again. Okay, they're all hoping that Donald Trump was going to get convicted. It didn't happen. I mean, everybody saw it come. I called this 2 years out. I told you he couldn't run. Okay, and I told you that they suppressed everybody. Okay, they suppressed everybody. Now Jasmine Crockett and AOC and all the rest of them could have come out and actually talked about it. They could have talked about opening up the devices I connected, man. I don't know what you're on.
And that's my argument with Democrats when they talk about how could you vote for Trump? You sold us. I'm trying to use a nicer term. Geriatric.
Oh, there she is.
Old racist.
He's well, he's an old racist, but the thing is, he's a neocon. I mean, and basically, he's a neocon, and he's been a neocon, and him and Hillary Clinton has been running this scheme since the Obama administration. Okay, even before the Obama administration.
Yeah.
Okay, and the thing that kept them from doing what they wanted to do is Trump in 2016, because nobody saw him coming. You know, nobody saw him coming, and basically that and the DOD and the Department of Defense and the other folks, man, we're not going to allow her to be was it
President.
commander in chief. It
Mhm.
wasn't gonna happen. That's how come they. That's how come they tried. They actually they rigged that. They broke into the DNC server. Okay, they
Mhm.
stole files. They got Epstein's laptop, and basically they took. Even Clinton said the same thing. Okay, those emails were released on purpose. Bill Clinton said the same thing right after this last election. He said the exact same thing. Okay, all
Yes.
the stuff that we said 2 years ahead about what was going on, they all came out and admitted. I don't even know I don't even know what the problem is. There's enough information out there. They're writing books on this shit right now.
They
Okay,
are.
they're writing tons of books about what was going on in that White House and what was happening. And I don't see why people are arguing about it. Okay,
I
the,
wonder if
Demo-
Brendan Lee going to write a book. I'll buy it.
the Democrats lost for a particular reason, and they what did I say? The Joker is in office right now, so we're gonna have to see how this shakes out with the Joker. And you know the thing is, the table needs to be shaken. Okay,
Yes,
it
it does.
needs to be shaken. That's what
And
those we're good. What did I tell you guys? Okay, I told you guys 2025. Buckle up your seatbelts because it's gonna get rough. Okay,
mhm.
because you got the Joker's in office. I said the Joker's in office. Joker's in office, and the Joker's gonna shake things up. And the thing it needs to be shaken up. You know, because there's too many lies, there's too much crap, and basically everybody's going on with the BS. And you know, Trump. You know, Trump is on a messianic mission. He doesn't care. He can't run
Right.
again. He knows he can't run again. Trump does not care about the polls. He don't care. He don't care about. He doesn't care about what popular sentiment. That's obvious. He don't give a crap. He don't give two craps. He don't give two shits about that. He doesn't. That's obvious, and I knew that was coming. So basically, I said, are they gonna make mistakes? Hell yeah, they're gonna make a lot of them.
Mhm.
But they're gonna shake the tree. They're gonna shake the tree like nobody's business. Now you know, like immigration reform. That should have happened 30 years ago.
Pretty
Okay.
much.
Should have happened 30 years ago. Especially should have happened under Obama when they found out that Social Security said there's way too many people on these Social Security numbers. Okay, and Obama
Mhm.
ignored it. He just overlooked it. Right now, he's pushing these people out of the country, and he's going after these folks and taking them off the rolls. Now Congress has to come in, and now they have to come in and have to bring them in properly. And he's actually talking to him. Okay, you actually want to do it the right way. Let's sit down and talk about it. Okay, start giving these people visas like they should have fucking had
What's up,
30,
Charles?
40 years ago. 30, 40
BGS.
years. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Long
Hello.
time no see.
Long time.
You know I miss you.
I know you do.
You've been on my mind lately.
I don't know why. Is it on your mind or in your dreams, baby?
It might be both. But listen, I know this is a little bit off topic, maybe, but I did address that in this video, I believe. I had a message. I was talking directly to you. I'm surprised you didn't review that.
I've been dropping in and out of it. I didn't know what was going on. So I don't follow Jay or I don't follow her. So I don't know. So I'm just in it. I have no idea. So what message were you trying to drop to me?
Well, now don't stop me now. Don't stop me.
You want your 2 minutes? I can give you your 2 minutes. You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Just give me 2 minutes. That's all I need.
All right.
Okay. And hold Charles back. I don't want him to come jump on me.
This ain't
got nothing to do with him. It got nothing to do with him though. I just know he's your bodyguard. It ain't got nothing to do with him.
Charles, he's not even here.
He is. He in the chat.
He's in the chat. If Charles want to come up, he'll come up. But thing is,
I know. I'm just joking. I'm just saying. Don't let him beat me up. Okay. It's not about him though. It's directly at you. BGS. We talked about the octanes sometime last year, I think, and
okay.
You have
that's way off topic, but go ahead.
I know, but I addressed it in this video that you're showing. You just happened not to come across that part. But you definitely talked about the octanes, and we were talking about. Oh, I remember it was some kind of conversation about the PhD and my failing to actually complete the program. But in that, the folk in the audience started saying they needed a book from you, and you said, "Give me a year." You said July 2025. You are in April. There's May, and there's June, and then there's July. So this octane book is the I guess you would say, a breadth of your life's work, and it needs to be
Partially.
produced. And I wanted to find out if you have made progress on the Octanes book. That's one thing, and then I have another one.
A little bit. Why? I mean, I don't. What I want to know is why was this book so important to you?
It was important to your audience. They were saying,
No.
talking about publishing.
Why is it important to you, though?
Well, now I'm gonna tell you why you got to rewrite it if you start it. Now I'm gonna tell you why you got to rewrite it.
Well, you haven't answered the first question yet.
Oh, why is it important to me?
Yes.
Because I think that this bobbing and weaving and all this stuff that you do, you need to give it like life for real.
What does that mean, bobbing and weaving?
All these different things you have tied together and weave together the way you weave, you got to put some paper,
Yeah.
put it to paper.
I can't.
Be published, officially published. Yeah.
With that, for me to actually publish everything, okay, because
just the Octane.
Even with the Octanes, okay, basically the Octanes is really about 3 books, okay. One is the Octanes, which is about class, which most women agree with, the dating class for Black people, right? The second is the 3 levels of male commitment, okay, that most women don't understand, okay. The Octanes are for the men. The 3 levels of commitment is actually for women, okay.
Okay.
And the third basically is what I think Doc is working on, is the gynocracy, right? About how this culture is actually formed and why is it upside down? Okay.
So y'all are the gynocracy. I want you to know that y'all men are the gynocracy.
How's that?
Y'all give us women all this power. No, they did this, they did that. No. Y'all are the gynocracy.
We don't give you power, okay?
I ain't did nothing. I ain't got no power in the world.
You haven't listened to me, okay? Where do Black women get their power from?
Apparently, y'all give it away when you talk
No. White people give you power, okay? White women and white men give you power over Black men.
Well, I ain't got none yet. I don't know.
You do have. You just don't exercise. You do. You don't exercise. That's how come. And the thing is that the thing is the women. Well, you've been in those circles, right? The women at elite, the women at the masters, the postdoc or the post graduate levels, okay.
Mm-hmm.
At the graduate levels, it's an ongoing secret. They cover this stuff up all the time. Like like Dr. Neal told me about that what's her name? Brittany Cooper had written a chapter on polymers. She knew about that. Everybody, she knows where intersectional feminism come from. She knows why sex was actually put in the Civil Rights Bill, and she knows that why 83% of the what is it, the affirmative action goes to white females. That's done on purpose. The same thing with DEI. Okay. Done on purpose.
Right. Definitely. I mean, white women took hold of that and took charge of that, and they're not really trying to share the power. So I find it very interesting that the Black woman is responsible for all the oppression of the Black man, and he can't come up because she did it. I'm not buying it.
So why are Black women, especially elite Black women, guarding it instead of speaking on it? They don't speak on it. They hide it. Why?
Mm-hmm.
I think at some point we do have to realize that every individual is going to align themselves. That's where MAGA comes from. People align themselves with their best interest. That's why all these so-called liberals are turning tail on the Democratic Party, because their best interest is to be with whiteness. And they're realizing that. And they're crossing party lines, whether we realize it or not.
How many Black women, Black scholars that know the truth
Scholars don't
hold up. Yes, they do. You don't think so, but
most Black people know it's because you read a lot, but a lot of people, Black folks that they don't never heard no scholar, they don't consult them, they don't look at them as guidance. No, not leaders.
Where does the policy come from, ma'am?
If you ask me, policy comes from special interest groups that are led by people who get something out of it from an industry, particularly pharmaceutical or some other social construct. What is it?
Where does policy start? Policy starts in you've never taught at that level. Policy starts policy starts in the university and works its way out, just like Me Too. Okay, Me Too started in university.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and then worked its way out.
Makes sense. Okay? I mean, that's why Trump is trying to shut down all the universities having their opinion.
Affirmative action, all that kind of it starts in the universities first with the elite, and it works its way down because the elite. Because basically, how many politicians actually listen to people on the ground? Who do they listen
Very
to?
little. Very little.
Very little. Policy starts when you with diversity. It starts with the white boys, the white girls, the black women and black men, and whoever else is in there getting their degrees and working through policy. Okay.
Mhm.
In other
Okay.
words, me and Dr. Johnson said we called it the trash goes out on Tuesday theory. In other words, the people that you train, okay, especially at elite universities, okay, these are the people that go into politics. These are the people that head the think tanks, and these are the people that head the corporations. Okay, and the policy follows them. They're the ones that dictate the policy all the way down. If they link up, guess what happens? The policy, and we link up business and policy, all this kind of stuff. It all what drizzles down. Okay,
Okay.
Mhm.
where it comes from. That's the thing is. My thing is, I'm not saying that black women have power, but the thing is, why does it take nobody? Why does it take
I just
somebody
think
like?
y'all give away a lot of y'all's power
No, we
by just
don't.
constantly talking about, oh, the black woman got this and she got that, and we're so beat down and we just can't get up. I think y'all are
Okay.
self-fulfilling
No,
prophecy.
no. The thing is what we okay. The thing is that we're black men, and I said they have two choices. Okay, have two choices at this particular point. Okay. Either
Okay.
you find another group to work with that will work with you because basically if you don't find women that can actually raise your children properly for success, okay,
Mhm.
then you have to find another group of women. Okay, because black women for 200 years they are repeating the same cycle. That's how come you see the same things keep coming up over and over again. We have been taught about black boys and
I
their
think
reading. Hold
BGS,
on,
the white
okay,
man.
hold
Oh, okay. Okay.
okay, all right, okay. I do let you speak, do I not? Okay.
Okay.
I know you're excited. I know you want to interrupt me, but thing is, I mean,
Okay.
I don't want to have to yell over you. I'm trying
No,
not
no,
to yell
I'm
over
not gonna do
you.
that. No,
Okay,
no.
okay. The thing is, the thing about black boys about not reading, not being educated, man, that goes so far back. It's ridiculous. In fact, I think I'm gonna actually pull that stuff out of the Mohan conference. I'm actually gonna do that video today. Talking about putting black boys in the trade and not them not going to college, that's been since 1890. They didn't want black men to learn how to read back then, but they would teach black women how to read because they said they need to raise children, right? They need to learn how to do the bills and run the household. Okay, they were trained how to read, write, and do arithmetic. The black men, they said they didn't need it. Okay, and that's that kind of idea still perpetuates to this day. Only 10% of your black boys can read a reading level.
Yeah.
Why is after and this has been this is something that they hated Monahan. Monahan pointed that out back in '65. Nothing's
Mhm.
been done since. Okay, the only space where black men had elevated as far as education wise, we just talk about education. Okay, it's right after they disagreed with Monahan in '65, right? In '67, '68 had all them riots. So when the Kerner Commission came down, and we actually read it. We actually read it online. Okay, Kerner
Okay.
Commission came in and actually went and interviewed the inner city people and asked them what happened and why is this happening, blah blah blah, and everything that Moynihan said was 100% correct, right? So what did they
Okay.
do? So what did they do? They started promoting black men. They started opening up, putting money into black boys' education, opening up avenues for black men to go to college. And the highest level of black men going to college in 1976, right before the Bakke decision. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I think at some point, at this late point, it's time to toss the Moynihan report out. And also,
Why?
Why?
because it's not new research, it's not dated to current times, and all circumstances from there, for the most part, have adjusted in some kind of not random, but relevant way. And not only that, do you know that?
And,
I'm
and
sure
your
you do,
and,
BJ. You do know that Moynihan was a social engineer, right?
and
You
your
do know that Moynihan was a social engineer for
and your
government, right?
proof that it's not relevant is what?
All the circumstances have changed. I'm not
No,
saying they're
no.
Have
completely
they?
totally different, but a lot of circumstances have changed.
Like
So many.
how?
Because this idea, what was it? What year did
65,
Moynihan report? But it
65.
was studying, it was in 65, but what period was
It,
it studying?
it
The
was
40s?
no, it was it was two main books, which I'm surprised. That's a very good book. It's called what is it? It's called Freedom Is Not Enough, right? Where he actually talks about Moynihan, what Moynihan went through, and the stuff where he pulled his ideas from. And there's two major pieces he actually pulled from. One was Fraser's book, the Negro family. That's why he named the paper the Negro Family, right? And the second thing was Clark's book, Dark Ghetto. Okay, Clark's book, Dark Ghetto, talked about the rectangular pathology. Okay, it's actually not on was he on 100% right? Okay, which nobody talks about Clark in Dark Ghetto, was 100% right. In fact, you see it infiltrating not only to black people, and which he said was actually go from the lower class, it was like maybe 5 or 10%, to the whole black community, and then what's doing now is also spread to the white community, and it's actually spreading globally now. So the tangled pathology of low class thinking that he talked about is global now. Okay, he was 100% right. So basically, it doesn't. The thing is, the reason that you read history, right, is not that something was relevant to today's time. Is what they say, what they predicted back then, correct? And everything that they predicted back then is 100% correct because it's still
Well,
here.
you relate it to current times because you keep reconnecting back to that, and you're using justifications for your arguments now.
No, give me an example why it's not relevant.
58 years ago.
No.
If I do the math, that's 58
it
years
doesn't
ago.
matter. It doesn't matter. Okay.
You don't have any more relevant research than that.
Yeah, I do. The thing is, we do. We just had a study. We just had a study by the what's it? The Brookings Institute, man.
I'm gonna write it down.
2020, right? Did you read Boys and Men by Reeves? Okay. Did you read it?
Man, not Dr. Tommy Curry.
The thing is, they just did a study 2 years ago about black boys and reading levels. Guess how many? What percent of black boys read at reading levels?
Okay, those are specific studies.
No. Don't go past my question. I said, guess what the percentage is. Then you can go on. Okay, guess what the percentage is. Unless you just want me to talk.
Of boys that can read at grade level.
Black boys can read at grade level.
It's going to be low. My guess would be 25%.
Nope.
Oh, that's high.
Yeah, that's actually pretty high.
My experience as a teacher, a literacy coach, it's been they're not at grade level.
10%. Okay. And guess what it was back in 63 when he actually did the report?
Probably less.
Yeah, I think I'm drawing my issue with the whole welfare system, and this is the breakup of the black family and all of that stuff.
The welfare system, okay, which black women pushed for, okay, because they did not want it to give it to black women. There's a very good book called it's called God, what's it called? It's a book about the child support system. She's written by a chick that was under Clinton. Okay, she wrote it in 2000, I'll say 7 or 8, right? Okay, she talks about welfare. In fact, we looked it up. Black women did not get AFDC until 1960. Okay, and that's actually what caused Moynihan to write his paper.
So that was a fresh thing. That was really fresh. Think about that. So they're getting welfare in 60, right? That's what you're saying. And now 7 years later, you're studying that.
No. He studied. This was 3 year later when he actually looked at the stats, because Moynihan was under the Department of Labor. Okay, he was
a social engineer for the government.
He was the undersecretary for the Department of Labor for Johnson. Okay.
He wrote a lot of social engineering work.
I know he did, but I'm saying, where did he work though?
It's been a while since I looked at his biography.
But the thing is, I'm telling you what you're arguing with me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He was undersecretary for the Department of Labor for Kennedy and Johnson. Okay. And the reason that he wrote the paper, okay, if you understand why he wrote the paper, I've actually played the homeboy's whole hour of him explaining of the book about the freedom is not enough, okay, and he explained exactly why he did it. Right, is because when black women got welfare, right, okay. What he was trying to do is bring the welfare rolls down by giving black men jobs, okay? Because the idea was, his idea and Johnson's idea was, they want to get black women off of welfare and raise the standard of their families and start giving black men jobs, right? Which they did, right? And so the thing is, normally for every other case before welfare, right? Every other group, right? The welfare when men's jobs went up, welfare went down, okay? and for every other group, right? But the
So
thing
that
is,
tells you right there, that informs you that Black women want to be with working men who don't
no,
have a situation where the government bull crap welfare is actually more
you're
than
not
what a
listening.
man can do. That proves.
You're not listening to
Okay,
me.
say it
Okay.
again, because I think
No, the thing is, you're cutting me off before you even understand what I'm saying. Finish my sentence, then, if you understand what
I
I'm saying.
can't finish your sentence. I don't know what you were going to say. I thought you were making that point right there.
No.
When men's jobs go up, women get off welfare. To me, that says correlation between women want to be with their men when their men have
what you missed the other point. It's for every other group except whom?
Oh, hell no. See,
go look. I mean, have you ever read the Moynihan report?
I have not read it because it's old as hell.
No. The thing is, how can you comment on something that you haven't read?
It's old as hell, BGS, and you use it like it's some kind of Bible, like there's no new research.
So is the Constitution.
No, that's not the same.
It is the same. It is.
I think you cherry picked something.
No.
That made your point and your alternative reality.
I didn't cherry pick anything.
Okay.
I didn't cherry pick anything.
BGS, before Charles comes up here, because he scares me, and I don't want to be scared away. I want to say what I got to say.
No. You know what? The thing is, I run the panel. I run the panel. Okay.
I'm asking permission.
I run the panel.
Okay.
If Charles is not going to bother you, if I ask him not to bother you, okay, as long as you don't go off the rails and
I know
whatever. Okay, Charles is not going to bother you. Okay. The thing is, sweetie, I've been studying this shit for 40 years. Okay. The reason I read the Moynihan report is because somebody else commented on it. Okay. So I actually did what I said. I had only seen excerpts of it. So they said, let me read the whole doggone thing and see if it makes sense. Okay. And what he said and where he drew it from, he didn't. It wasn't his research. He drew from other people's research. Okay, especially from Black men's research. Okay, that's why he drew it from Clark and Frazier and a whole bunch of other, and Du Bois. Okay,
and we're letting a white man interpret Black culture. That's interesting.
No, we're not. No, not really.
Joe Biden.
what the thing is, Clark. If you actually want to read it, I don't know if you want to read it. And that's the whole point about people that discuss politics. You can tell people that don't really read. Okay, if you actually go and actually read the documents and see what they actually say, then you can actually see whether these people were right as far as what they saw coming down the line, or they were wrong. Okay, if you had read the Frazier's book, it was written in the 30s. Okay, in 1938, 39. That's when he actually wrote the book. Okay, he talked about why in 1961, 63 that you had what he called a cross, right? In other words, Black male unemployment went down, but welfare went up. He said it didn't make freaking sense. So guess what he did? He said, Clark, because Clark's from New York, just like he is. Hey, man, I don't understand this shit. What's going on? Because I thought if we get Black men jobs, Black welfare would go down, and it didn't. So what's going on, right? So Clark said, read this, and read this, okay, and then come get back to me. That's what he did.
So Black men could not compete with welfare. They weren't making enough money, having enough stability or ability to grow or do whatever to compete with these lowly welfare checks. Is that what you're telling me?
They didn't. But thing is, guess what? If the Latin, the same thing for so-called the Mexicans or the other non-whites, they couldn't compete with it either. Guess what they did? They stuck with their men.
If you added up all the benefits you get for being on welfare, it adds to something like $70,000 a year.
Now it probably does. Back then, I mean, you know what? My thing to Black women, if Black men cannot earn enough, and that's what you want to do, you want to make Uncle Sam your baby daddy, so be it. But the thing is, don't lie about it. Say we made.
I think Black men need to do better if they actually are going to try to say that a welfare check is competing against them. They need to do better.
Okay, so give
do better.
Okay, everybody says do better. How?
Okay,
how?
What do you mean? How? That's what men's supposed to know. How?
No. If you're gonna say
I'm a woman and I can compete with a welfare.
No. If you are going if you are going to bring up a problem, especially on my panel, you have to come up with some kind of idea. It's not just black men need to do better. That doesn't work that way. Nobody does it that way. Okay, including white people, they don't do it that way. The Chinese didn't do it that way. No other country that wants to lift their population or their society does it that way. How do they do? What's the first thing that they do? And I gave solutions on how you can do better. Okay, but things it starts with, okay, one. What I would say, if you want black men to do better, give their sons to their fathers at the age of 7.
Well, you know, I told a group of women, and I got chewed out. That I think that we ask for a lot from men, and we don't pour into them. We want everything from men, and do not pour
into them. So if you don't pour water on a plant, guess what's going to happen to the plant?
It's going to die. Wilt.
It's going to die. Yeah, I mean, you grow. You have a garden, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that a Jewish woman or a Latino woman or a white woman would stand for her boys reading, only 10% of her boys reading at grade level? Would they stand for it?
No, they would not.
Why?
They'd be tearing the school board up and everything. Me and you've had this conversation before.
No. I'm asking you why. We had the conversation
because they know that their boys are going to be the leaders of their community, and they're not going to have weak leadership.
They don't have leadership.
Why are black women doing that?
That's the whole thing.
Here we go.
It is because same thing that Frazier said. Okay, same thing that I think it was. God, what are their names? The two people that were actually married. What are their names? In fact, they said the exact same thing. Black women actually want to lead the community, and they do. In fact, we kept playing these clips from 1970, right after the affirmative action started to come in, right? And basically, black women said we don't want to give up power. Pauli Murray said the exact same thing. Okay, that black women do not want to give up power. Okay,
y'all do not.
And still today, we saw this. That's why maybe it came to the head with the 2024 elections, right? Okay, maybe things have come to it. I hope it has, because we saw it with the DEI protests and stuff like that, right? Black women didn't get out on the streets. They said, let the white women stand for herself. Maybe things have changed. Okay, after
I think so. We're resting.
well, after 175 years, maybe things have changed. Maybe black women said, okay, we're not gonna be bodyguards for white women anymore. Maybe things have, okay, but thing is, that's the reason, okay.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett says otherwise, but anyway.
In other words,
everybody got to punch Jasmine.
Well, Jasmine puts her chin out there to be punched.
Oh wow.
Pretty much.
Oh wow.
She does. Okay.
Y'all not fighting though. Well, look at this. The best y'all got is what? Cory Booker's talking to nobody for 24 hours. No, that's the best y'all black men can produce. Not only that, hold on. Hakeem Jeffries, is this the best y'all black men can do? All he says is back down and lay down. He's not doing leadership.
How about Byron Donald on the other side?
Exactly.
And poor old Al Green with his little cane. He's trying to do a revolution. Nobody wants to listen or follow. You got 3 black males in the Democratic Party, and they're not doing a damn thing. And the one person who's running their mouth and getting things done and setting folk down, y'all got something to say about it. Where are the 3 black men or more who don't lead this thing? I just want to know.
How about Byron Donald on the other side?
Leadership.
How about Byron Donald on the other side? You might not agree with him, but guess what? He don't back down, right? Does he?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Democratic Party.
Byron Donald, but you want to talk about her? Okay.
Well, I'm just saying I don't see a whole lot of black men taking leadership and fighting against the tyranny. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay. What do you do? The thing
y'all are pedestrians and y'all are sitting in the bleachers.
Okay. What about actually we getting shit done, but that's beside the point. Okay. We can actually getting shit done, believe it or not.
What are y'all getting done? What?
Huh?
What are y'all doing to put a foot up Donald Trump's ass for ruining the economy? What are y'all doing?
How is Donald Trump ruining the economy? He's only been there for 2 months.
It's been almost 100 days, and all these white folk are mad because their funds, the value, he lost trillions of dollars in a matter of a couple of days. Stock market, people are getting laid off. The farmers are losing their white folks is losing.
Did you actually look at the charts of the market?
Yeah.
What happened a day later?
It started going back up.
It went back almost to where it went down at.
Well, now we're in a trade war, and he's running small businesses.
How long have we been in a trade war, baby?
About a week.
No.
Ooh.
You mean the real one, like long? I mean, it's always happened.
Not 90. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about pedestrians, right? Since 97, okay? 97, okay? Remember the Asian currency crisis? Guess what?
I'm not saying that.
Hold on. Okay. When you talk, I don't jump in with you, do I?
Okay.
Unless you know this stuff. If you know this stuff, tell me about the Asian currency crisis in 97.
I just simply didn't mean to jump to the 1997. I know they've always had.
You
I'm
asked
talking about in the last 100 days. This fool has created a serious trade war.
You know why? Okay, if you understand what he's trying to do, especially after Biden screwed the pooch by messing with the money. You know how many BRICS countries there was before Biden stole Russia's money?
Like 5 or 6.
Only had 5, okay, with 2 observers. Okay, you know how many you got now? You got 23. Why do you think that is?
I think that the world is tired of the order.
It is,
and they're ready for a new order. They want to get rid of that dollar.
Guess what Putin and Xi told him? Okay. The dollar was working fine for us. One, because America owes you way too much money. America's dollar is too big to fail. Okay, because
yes, it is.
It's trillions of dollars. And guess what Putin? Did you understand what Putin said to Trump when they first met? When they first talked? Okay, we're fine with the dollar. Guess what Xi said? We're fine with the dollar. Okay, guess what forced the BRICS off the dollar?
What? Crypto?
No.
I don't know.
The sanctions against Russia. You can't steal $400 billion from a country in a major country and not have ripple effects. Especially if you're the bank. Say okay. Say a person, a big business owner that goes to the bank that you bank at, right? Okay, just say, just for instance, right? Say he's a millionaire. He got $1 million in the bank, or the bank just took his money. Okay, how long are you gonna be at that bank?
Right.
I'm asking, how long you gonna be at the bank if they start taking people's money?
Get my ass out of there, cash it out, and let's go.
That's exactly what happened with the BRICS. Trump didn't start this. You got to remember, Trump was president before. He didn't do none of this stuff. The thing is, okay, the thing is, that's why I call people pedestrians and civilians, right? Because you don't understand what he's attempting to do. Trump is a gambler. Is it risky? Yes. But the thing is that what's happening now is that the BRICS are building a parallel economy. Okay, it has nothing to do with the United States, and they were doing that before Trump got in. Okay, and what Trump,
it's 20 years old or longer.
No. Okay, the thing is, it just started.
Okay?
No,
it's been around for a long time.
No, I'm trying to explain it to you. Well, explain to me about the BRICS because China started building the infrastructure for it since 2009. Guess what? They refused to put it online. There's a very good reason for it. It's because they don't want to be have a copy of what happened to the United States under the Bretton Woods system, right? They didn't want that. Okay. So that's how come they didn't. And Africans, the Latin Americans say, hey, why don't you just turn this shit on and we don't have to deal with the United States no more. Russia and China refused. Until when?
So it's almost 14 years. That's what I'm saying. It's not brand new.
No. Until when? When did they decide to actually turn the bad boy on?
I'm not familiar with that. I don't think they have decided to turn it on.
They did turn it on. Why did they turn it on? Yes, they did turn it on. They had to. But to save Russia, they had to.
I don't know. Tell me.
In other words, when they took Russia's money and they started this military operation, because they'll tell you right now, because I actually called it when they actually did this shit. They were trying to collapse Russia as an economic powers so that they could surround China. China knew that. So basically, Putin went to Xi, said, turn that shit on. Okay. So Xi turned it on. Okay. And started the BRICS trading system, right? It was our infrastructure already. It was just never been turned on, had never been tested. The Biden administration and neocon started, it wouldn't work. And guess what? It did. And that's how come you have all this stuff going on where the BRICS are trading with other countries because other countries have been waiting to get off the dollar. Okay. And what Trump is attempting to do, whether it's good or bad, okay, he's a gambler. is the tariffs are there to actually shake the tree and bring people back to the table.
But you think he's gonna win or he gonna lose? What you think?
I don't know. He doesn't know either because it's a gamble. Okay.
What's your guess though? I think he's gonna lose.
The
The
thing
global south is tired.
he's already started to back down off the tariffs already. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He already started. He already started allowing certain Chinese goods in, like electronics and shit, tariff free. Okay. But people don't talk about that. He already started backing off the tariffs on the Europeans. Okay, he's already started backing off. He already put it like a 90-day pause on a bunch of tariffs. Okay, already did that. It's a gamble. It's a bluff, which I knew was a bluff. Because if he was really serious about it, all he would do was just drive everybody else to China and the BRICS. Okay, that would be stupid. Trump is a lot of things, but Trump is not stupid. Okay, and I
give that motherfucker a lot of credit.
He went to Wharton. Okay,
I think he's not that. I don't think he's as smart. I think he has a lot of people around him who are unseen, not these fools in his cabinet. I think he has the people who created 2025 for the most part. And JD Vance is not an architect. He just happens to have his name on the shit. But I think he has some hidden people who are think tankers. Like, what's that white boy that keeps going to all them colleges? Talking to people. Charlie Kirk, yes. I think he has brilliant young people, just like Obama did, who are behind the scenes, who he gives no credit to, and he takes their ideas and they run with it. But he himself is not that smart.
Why do you think he's not that smart?
He's never applied it in life. I see him as a failure. I see him as a failure. Absolutely.
How?
Yeah, I don't think he's a master businessman.
Oh, he's not, but he's a multi-billionaire. So how does that happen?
By cheating and doing all kind of other things and lending his brand, his name on buildings.
That is smart, is not. Okay.
See, y'all be admiring the fucked up stuff.
We don't admire nobody. Okay.
No,
personally, I don't like Trump. Personally, I don't like him. Personally, I don't. Yeah, I've been saying that. I didn't like him the first time.
Oh yeah, he's been saying that.
I've been saying that. I don't like Trump. Yeah, I think y'all. You know what bothers me about folks that are what I call pedestrians and civilians.
Here we go.
Is that you think because I say something that's positive about anybody that I rock with that guy? I said plenty of shit. I thought Biden would actually do a better job than he did. Okay,
he did.
I said Biden has been.
All friends over Biden.
I said Biden, yeah, I love a whole bunch of people over Biden. But I said Biden has been in politics for 40, 50 years. Okay, he knows how to run a country. Okay, and he does know how to run a country. Okay. He does. Even in the senile state, he knows how to run the country. The thing is that most people, okay, don't look beneath the surface. Okay, they don't. It's because you're not trained to. I don't expect you to understand this shit because you ain't been trained to look at this shit. I have. And I understood that Biden had broke the so-called dollar, the petrodollar. He broke that. Okay, with this BS with Ukraine and Russia by stealing money like that. Okay, you broke the petrodollar. So whatever the dollar was actually based on, going back to I think it's 1973 when they made that deal. Okay, you broke that shit. So, but the dollar is the petrodollar doesn't exist anymore. The dollar is floating free and is declining because they're actually working in parallel systems outside. I've been documenting that for over a year.
So Saudi Arabia, do you think they have the Trump card, so to speak?
What do you mean Trump card? No.
Saudi Arabia, once they make a decision whether they're going with BRICS or going with the West.
China has the Trump card. China, when Xi came out in 2017 and said, okay, Belt and Road, and basically they saying we lead the world. Okay. In other words, in 2017, and they didn't predict China would catch United States in the West. What they call the G7 until 2035 or something like that. Okay, it happened in 2017. That's why G came out. We're gonna start building road early while the opportunity is there, especially since Hillary Clinton didn't get in, because that's the only thing he was afraid of. Because the neocons were actually going to start a freaking war. Let me ask you this, okay? Would you do you want a trade war, or you want a shooting war with China?
Oh, a trade war, I'll take any day.
Okay, guess what the Kamala Harris and the neocons are getting ready to start. If Kamala Harris got back in office.
I know they don't want to fight with China like physically.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. They were planning on it. In fact, your realists and your war hawk, they were foolish to actually do what they did by stealing Russia's money. Thought they could get away with it. Which, if it wasn't for China, they probably would have. Okay. Which I knew they wouldn't have because I knew that China's system was actually built and people were waiting to get off the dollar anyway, right? And as soon as he went after the Russian ruble, it lasted for about a week.
Why do you think all these African countries stopped dealing with the Europeans?
Oh yeah, definitely. The Construction Bank of China is making all kind of deals in Africa.
No, it's not. Okay. We're not going to get that deep into it because it takes a while to get up to snuff to the point where we can actually explain it to her. Okay, so we're not
wow.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. I'm serious. Basically, the only
I know I got to bow down. I don't know.
No. I'm trying to tell you. I've
seen the Construction Bank of China in Africa myself with my own eyes. They build you an airport and they own your ass and your leaders. I already know about it. I've seen it in my own eyes.
I started doing this shit in 2002 with my partner. Right? We actually talked about China doing this shit because they weren't doing this shit before. They were really just going to extract minerals and resources and give Africa a fair price for it. That's all they want to do, right? The thing is, until Gaddafi, okay, they weren't doing it. They had to start doing it after Gaddafi, okay, because they allowed Gaddafi to get what happened to him. Okay, they allowed that shit. Okay.
BGS, can I? Do you mind? I get that 1 minute so I can present my very spicy question to you.
I'll mute up and you can present it to me. Okay.
Okay.
You got 2 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Go.
So BGS, you have to possibly, and I want to know if you're willing to adjust. And I know you're gonna think I'm messy for this question, but I got to. I always come with a good question when I come. You have the octanes, and you have built up I would say, an alternative world of weaved thoughts and ideas and scholars and books and studies and all that stuff. Very well weaved world, an alternative world that your followers, they know it well, and it's very tightly woven and airtight. But the only thing is, there's I guess you would say, an anomaly. There's an anomaly here that has entered the formula. And that anomaly is gay Black men. You may have to rewrite your octanes and the other one that you told me about that's for women. And I'm asking you, because you have a lot of followers. You have quite a bit of followers. And it only takes someone to fuck with you for them to find out how serious they are about loving them some BGS. A lot of people listen to you. A lot of people follow you, and they hang on to your every word. That's a fact. So a question, where do Black men fit, gay Black men, queer Black men, in the Black manosphere as you see it? And are you willing to adjust or adapt any of your thoughts or teachings to include them? Is there some DEI for the queer Black men in your outer world? In all of this conversation about the Black community, that's my question.
Is that a question? Okay,
yes, it's a question.
Okay, the octanes were not written for gay people. I would like a gay man, because I'm not a gay man. Okay, to write.
Right, I know that.
Okay, I'm not a gay man. Okay,
I know
gay men. I know gay men. They work on a whole different parallel system that I wouldn't even begin to understand. Okay, they have to write it. Okay,
they're Black men. So are they included in the Black manosphere?
They are included in the Black manosphere as long as they're for rights. Okay, it depends. They pick bits and pieces of stuff that apply to them. Okay,
yeah.
Black men, Black gay men have black nephews and other kind of folks. They had to go through the same shit that other Black boys went through. Okay, so the stuff about Black boys and Black boys' education apply to them. Okay,
so gay Black men are included in the Black manosphere.
Yes, because they're men. Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Yes.
never discriminated.
When you actually see us go off on gay black people?
I never have. That's why I'm saying. I just assumed they were excluded. I assumed there was no place for them. And recently, you all have had someone who came out of the. Y'all have recently had somebody who came out of the closet.
I know him. Yeah, I do. I know him. I know. I talked to him about it, and I don't give a shit. In fact,
You
somebody
don't
came up.
care.
Somebody came up and outed him on my panel. I said, you know what? I said that's his own personal business. If he want to talk about what he does with his penis, I'll tell you because I talked to a gay black man a long time ago. There was a relative of mine, right, about being gay, right?
Okay.
You know what I told him? I said, I don't care where you stick your dick, but you got to be a fucking man first. That's what I told him. I don't give a shit about where you stick your dick. You got to be a fucking man first. If you're a goddamn man, you stand on being a man principle. I don't give a shit where you stick your dick.
So you're not willing to adjust anything that you've been teaching about this male, female, masculine, feminine. You're not adjusting that.
It doesn't apply to them.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just trying to figure out where they fit in. They don't get any literature. They don't get any guidance on how to be gay or.
I'm not a gay man. I'm not a gay man. I'm not a gay man.
I know you're not gay. I know that, BGS. I'm just saying that I didn't know if anybody was going to create a genre for them under this umbrella. That's all I'm asking.
Let them do it. If they want to be
okay.
The thing is, who wants to be gay? Really, if you have people that are gay that have their own little enclave that online that talk to each other, okay, about this stuff. They have been for a very long time. I wouldn't call it a gay manosphere, but there's a whole bunch of gay black men that talk to each other online. They've been doing it for a long time. Okay, that on YouTube. I know with like 3 or 4 of them. But the thing is my thing. I'm not gay. Okay, and what I can say is, gay men do not form families. That's not what they do.
They would argue with you about that. There's some that would say they form families just like they're regular people, just like everybody else. They'll say that.
So they get together. 2 gay men get together and have kids.
Not biologically, but they do adopt and do all that kind of other strange thing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm saying the vast majority of gay men do not form families.
Okay.
And there's some gay men that turned gay after they got married, did have kids. Okay. But I doubt they want their face out there that I live this lifestyle. Okay.
I just don't understand why the black manosphere is not addressing that openly, because there are a lot of men I perceive as gay. I don't know
why.
Because they shouldn't be speaking on how to deal with women and masculine and feminine when they're gay. They shouldn't be teaching other men about relationships when they're homosexual and they want dick.
Let me ask you: Have gay men come to the black manosphere and say we want to be addressed?
They just pretend to be heterosexual, kind of like Homeboy did, and they start teaching men like on Angry Man's channel about.
Answer my question.
I'm answering the question.
No. Have gay men? It's a yes or no question, right? Have gay men, because I've been here 11 years, come out and say that we want to be addressed as gay men?
I have not seen that yet. No,
I haven't either. I've been there 11 years, basically, and the black man, we rebooted the black manosphere from scratch in 2015. Okay, I haven't seen it. There was in the MGTOWs, there was a section of transvestites, I do believe. Okay, that actually thought that the MGTOWs, which the majority of men are MGTOWs.
Which that is very mean.
They thought that MGTOW men that had trouble with women would prefer to be with trans women, trans men, whatever you want to call them. Okay. We found out that like 99.9% of the MGTOWs are straight. Okay, that's not what we want. Okay, even the incels. Okay, it's not what we want. It's not what we want. 99% of them, right? It's not what we want. Okay, because gay men and gay people have their own sphere. Okay, they don't.
You didn't say we. Did you say we?
Huh?
Did you say we?
Sphere. Incel is involuntarily celibate. I am not involuntarily celibate. Okay.
I was gonna say. I thought you said we. That's why I was confused. I was like, nah, you.
I'm quoting I'm quoting what the group of people say. They
Oh,
said,
okay.
as we, so you have to listen. You're a scholar, okay? You have to listen to my words are important, right? You have to listen to all my words. That's the parts of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. So,
Okay.
so I don't know where we deviated off onto this. If gay men wanted to be included into the
They
black
would have said
man,
something by now.
they just said something. They would gone and came in throwing elbows. Basically the stuff that we do for men, all men, regardless of what sexual persuasion
Y'all
you
let
are,
me I got it. I got it.
is for them. Okay. Women. Actually, women. I'm gonna tell you, women think that the black manosphere is created against women. No, it's actually against the state mostly. Okay, it's not really about. It's really not about the women. Women can only do what the state allows them to do. That's really what the black manosphere and the manosphere is created for. Really wasn't about women at
That's
all.
what I'm saying. So why is a lot of that? If a lot of this is about the relationship between man and woman, I'm just trying to figure out why do gay men have anything to say? I don't understand that. Gatekeeping. That's all I'm saying.
We don't. There's no gates in the manosphere.
That's the problem.
There's no gates in the
So
manosphere. They want.
Just hear me, be just real quickly.
No.
You have males.
I have heard you. You cannot.
You have males.
No.
Who want
You gonna let me finish my goddamn statement?
Okay.
Okay. There are no gates in the manosphere, right? Anybody can come in. I from the very beginning of me being over here, to drop public links. Anybody can come up. Anybody. I don't know why, but anybody can come up. Okay. Anybody can come up and address whatever they want to address. Gay men do not come up here and publicly address that shit. Okay, including my boy. Okay, including my boy. I didn't know he was his way until he outed himself, and I know him personally. Okay, he never disclosed it. That's his wish. And guess what? Our relationship has not changed. Okay. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care where you stick your penis. It doesn't matter to me. If our agendas align, including white women that you guys don't like. If my agenda aligns with hers, guess what? Okay, I don't care. We ride with you because you following our agenda. Okay, we riding with you. It's about getting shit done. It's not about morals and all this other kind of who we like and all that kind of shit. I don't do that shit. Okay, never have. Okay, just like Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump. Okay, definitely wasn't a fan of Biden. Okay, even less of Hillary Clinton. Okay, because I know she's probably the worst out of the three. Okay.
Really?
Okay, I just want to be honest with you. I know I'm not in the black manosphere, and you always say I interject myself and all this other stuff. I watch y'all because I think y'all are interesting, especially you. Yeah, but I'm having a problem, person. Be honest. An emotional reaction to the idea that gay men are given the authority to speak on black women and the dynamics between black men and black women, because these are the same men that are competing for dick with the women, and that's a problem.
Like you and a gay man. You sound like it's a you.
I would tell you about that particular guy's history, right? But the thing is, that's his personal history, right? He's deep into women. I do mean deep. He lives with one right now. Okay.
He still competes with women for dick. So, and he's not alone.
What I'm saying is he goes both ways. He still bangs women. He still bangs women. Okay. And in fact, if I tell you about his history, he probably knows.
I don't want to know. BS. I do not want to know.
You just interrupted me again. Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Evidently, you don't want to hear what I got to say.
I do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. He actually was deep into female flesh. Okay, I can't tell you how because this is personal business, right? He probably knows as much as about women as most guys on this platform for a very good reason. I'm not going to tell you how. Okay, but trust me, I know. Okay,
female flesh. Define that.
Pussy.
Okay. You said it so strange. I didn't know what. Okay. So okay. He like pussy. Okay.
Let me say, because you from the South, called poontang, baby. That's how.
Okay, I got it.
That's what it is. He's an expert on black poontang. All right.
Okay.
You feel me?
I got it. I got it. Like I
All right.
said, though, it changes dynamic when you competing for dick too. It ain't the same, man. You can't be the expert on women like that.
Knowledge is knowledge. Knowledge is knowledge.
Oh God, we just got it.
Why do black women listen to gay men about black men? If that's the case.
See, I like masculinity and man. This is my problem.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question.
You didn't hear the question.
Why do women listen to gay men?
Yes. Why?
I personally would not. I understand that women do, and that's because they think that that's a man and he knows men better than any woman could ever know a man because he's one and he dates one.
And gay men also, you guys also share your inner secrets with who? Y'all tell shit to a gay man that you would not tell a straight man, don't you?
I agree. A lot of women do. I don't like gay men at all. I don't want to be around them, but I understand most women do. Absolutely.
As far as long as that gay man's not hitting on me, I'm indifferent. Okay.
Indifferent. Okay, so indifferent and DEI is the black manosphere official position. I got it.
They have not asked to be part of the black manosphere, even though they might be. I don't know. They have not.
I don't like it. I just don't like it.
And I'm a Gnostic. The temple's open to everybody. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Lord,
that's why I dropped the link for you. The temple's open to everybody. But you
do open up that. Yeah, you are open. That's true.
But we're far afield. But the same stuff that I talk about a male psyche and all this other kind of crap applies to gay men too. Exact same shit. Exact same thing. Knowing who you are, what you stand for, and how to walk around as a man. I don't care where you put whatever your joint is. Okay, it still applies to you.
So I think that maybe, some of this, all I can say is being that you're so inclusive, BGS, maybe that whole idea of all this masculine, feminine, and the women are too masculine, all that, we got to kind of let that go once we start getting genderless and
why?
Let that go.
You know what? In fact, guess what the feminists, the gender people that came with this genderless shit.
That's what you're talking about.
No.
That's genderless.
The genderless shit. Okay, guess it actually brought this stuff in. Okay, especially polyamorous and intersexual people brought this shit into the society. Guess who's actually trying to get it out of society now?
Yeah.
The feminists.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to push it out. Why? Because shit don't work.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Shit don't work.
I'm a feminist, and I do not like none of that gay shit.
Because if it worked, it'd be fine. The shit don't work, and when women and so-called white feminists do not like that shit. Okay, that's why they try to push it out. In fact, they just I'm sure you heard it, right? In
UK, woohoo!
The UK did what?
They told them a woman is an adult female.
Yes.
And all that other shit is bullshit. I'm celebrating today.
Guess who also said it? It's the guy that you don't like.
Yep, Trump sure did when he came in.
Yeah, and I like that.
So in other words, every president, including Barack Obama, Black Jesus, okay, including Black Jesus, there's things that he will give and there's things he will take us away. Okay. You have to evaluate every president by that. Okay. You got to give that president at least a year or two for his policies to actually take effect. I knew from the very beginning, I've been saying from the very beginning that Trump's tariff shit was a bluff. Okay. It was a bluff. Mm-hmm. I said that from the AB can tell you when he started talking to, what did I say, AB? I said he's bluffing, right? He's trying to bring people to the table.
Yeah, bring people to negotiate a table in.
He's not going to increase because it will wreck his economy. Okay,
speaking of bringing people to the table, Charles Wagner is ready to blacken my eye, and he said, "Is he welcome to the temple? Is the temple open for him too?"
The thing is,
let him come black my eye. That's okay. I don't mind.
If Charles is willing to be a gentleman, Charles is a grown ass man. Charles
is always nice to me. I'm just playing, BGS. I'm just playing, but he do scare me. He do scare me though.
But the thing is, he scares me too. If I had to meet his big ass face to face, the big motherfucker, that bench 500 fucking pounds. Yeah.
Hey, Charles.
Yeah. In fact, well, that's why I call his ass Mongo. Okay,
And
big
he
as
got
a
all them
wall.
guns and stuff. He be cleaning guns while he talking. I
Nah,
hear him.
I ain't
Yeah,
afraid of his
Mongo.
guns. I ain't afraid of his
I
guns.
am.
I'm afraid of his big ass, man. Shit.
Yeah, he big. Hey, Charles.
Candy
Big
grab from
motherfucker.
Mongo.
What's the thing? This is why I call people. After this election, I thought this election opened up everything on all the walls. Everybody running their mouths and telling all the truth. I thought it'd be very clear. Everybody would be on the same page. Okay. And people are still carrying the same old crap, right? And all the information is already out there. That's why, as I said, after 2025, separate three classes: pedestrians, civilians, and experts. Okay.
Can you define pedestrian really well for me? Because I think it's an insult, but I'm not sure.
Pedestrians are the people that don't read policy. Okay, for the most part, they don't read policy. They don't know anything about foreign policy. They don't really understand domestic policy. Okay, they get all their shit from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and broadcast media. Okay, they don't they don't go to C-SPAN and look at boring ass meetings and Congress speeches and shit like that. They don't do that. They don't read foreign affairs. They don't read the editorials of Wall Street Journal. They don't read foreign policy. They don't read none of that shit. Okay, they don't look for alternative sources to get a different take on what they think. So I listen to progressives. I listen to lefties. I listen to people on the right. The people on the left. I listen to people in the center. Okay, I put all that shit together. I listen to people on foreign sources. Okay, those are experts. Okay, pedestrians do not do that. The next step was civilians. You read a little bit. Okay, but the thing is, you have a slanted worldview, whether it's right or whether it's left. Okay, so basically, you may read a little bit more. You might read the Washington Post. You might read the New York Times, and then what most of your information comes from what? Social media and mainstream media. Okay. So those are a little bit more informed people. Those are civilians. Okay. The experts. The experts been doing this shit for a very long time. Okay, the experts know where all the bodies are buried. The experts can give you the policy going back 30 years. No, I mean, nobody's going to read the Asian currency crisis of 1997, right? Which is a paper produced in 2007. Asian currency crisis 10 years later. I'm reading a paper about the containing China from foreign affairs, written for the CFR in 2020. Okay.
You turned me on to Shahid. You turned me on media. What is it? Middle ground.
Yeah, Middle Nation. Yeah.
Middle Nation. Yeah. I was listening to you talk one day. I'd be in the cloud sometime, and you were showing his video. Do you consider him an expert?
I consider he's a civilian. I don't think he's an expert.
Okay.
I like to clarify something, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Number one, every time I hear a woman say she's scared of me, that's code for come closer. But in this case,
that's all that's all it is.
Hey, tune up Smokey Robinson. Turn the lights down low.
usually
come close.
Usually Smokey tell me tomorrow.
Yeah.
But here's the crazy part. Hands off the merchandise, number one. Number two, why would I be bothering you when I barely pay attention to you, man?
She said she was teasing.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing. You have got on a couple of panels and given me the business. You have done that a couple times. I usually try to run away from you when you come, though.
It's because you usually say something that's off the wall, but it's like, here's the thing, like about the whole gay thing. When has anybody been homophobic?
Charles, can you turn your volume a little bit up, please?
He's driving. It's probably best you can do.
Oh, okay.
He's probably driving.
Yeah.
I'm trying hard to hear.
Hey, he says, when has anybody in the ministry been homophobic for the most part?
I just thought that y'all so serious about this masculine and feminine. And women's supposed to be that. And men I assume there was no room for gays. I assumed
That's not the question. When you've been listening to us, when has anybody in the black ministry been homophobic?
No,
Not exactly because they haven't. Okay. The thing is, who asked for men to be more masculine?
Women.
Women. Okay. And what they're saying is, when black men have not been what masculine enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what you
But when
guys
we
say?
are
Absolutely.
toxic,
So-
how does that work?
No. The upper the elite women say that they're toxic. Guess what? Guess what? Even elite women love what? Toxic masculine men. Okay,
You
love
love
them to
it when a
death.
man tells you to shut the
And
fuck up
in fact, I'm listening to
I like
my
a good joke. I always say that.
No, that's why you keep running away.
Because the one thing about being around PhDs a lot, and I got about 10 of them that I'm in contact with. They tell me about the female PhDs that get them brothers out of the prisons and marry them and shit like that. Anyway, I don't. They talk. They don't walk like they talk. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. I thought I had you. I ain't
put
gonna
it to
lie.
you this
I'm
way,
impressed with you, BGS, because I thought I was gonna come up here with this question and you were gonna be fumbling and bumbling and unclear and trying to figure it out. And I totally disappointed myself in that performance. I have to
Oh,
say, I give it to you.
Because you
what,
think like a woman. That's why.
why do you think? Why did you think I was gonna fumble and bumble? I'm curious.
I thought that you were going to say no, men have to be masculine and they have to be, there's no room for them. We want to be strong men and our women need us to be strong and we're going to build strong families. So no, there's no room for that. That's what I thought you were saying.
Whenever I ever said that.
I just thought it would be a talking point.
No. When have I ever said that?
No,
I've
you
never
haven't.
said that. I've
Right.
never said that.
You've been DEI all along. I didn't know.
There's one thing that I tell black men, and every black man can tell you. I don't care whether he's the biggest simp or the biggest, or like Mongo here, right? The alpha male, right?
Biggest
Okay.
Lord Mongo.
But that's beside the point. Okay. My first thing was three things, right? Okay, three things. Okay, I tell black men. Okay, men, but especially black men, run. Find out what your mission is. Find out what your purpose is, and do whatever the fuck makes you happy. Okay. Enjoy your life, because it's hard enough in this country for a black man on this entire goddamn planet not to be happy. Don't let nobody take that shit away. Don't let nobody embarrass you or shame you out of you being happy, no matter who it's with or where it is. Okay. Three things. Those are three things I tell every black man. I've been consistent since the first day I stepped onto YouTube. You can go back. You can go back to my videos on MGTOW. I've been consistent for 11 years. In fact, I think it's what's his name? Uncut Underground. What's his name?
Yeah. Ty City.
Ty City said he was on my panel a couple days ago. He said you've been the most consistent YouTuber in Black YouTube. I have not changed my stance. I have, in fact, I was playing something. I actually talked about boys' education and how why the elite handed over the educational system to the feminists, right? And they didn't know what it was. I went back to 2014, okay, right on my MGTOW channel. I pulled up a video, actually played it for them, exactly why they did it. I've been very consistent about this stuff for the last 11 years. I have not changed. That means either you don't listen to me or you don't understand me. The thing is, did you hear me last Friday? I think it was Friday before last. Talked to Dr. DeReef for like 2 hours about African and European politics.
No, I did not listen to that one.
You didn't listen to that because it has nothing to do with a black woman, right?
Probably.
This is the craziness about it all, right? When people talk about these other subjects about being this or being that, see, this is the difference between men and women, especially in the black community. We don't deny a gay man being a man. Y'all do.
Yes.
Wow. This is a revelation.
So we gotta paint this real picture. I've been in the police department. I've been in security. I've been in the military. Guess what? When I went in, don't ask, don't tell. He didn't give a fuck if you were gay. You were probably friends with him. You just went to one bar. He might have went to another bar.
Yeah. As long as he's not hitting on you, you're good. But
I mean, who the fuck cares? You made jokes about it. If let me tell you what's. If the LGBT community really wanted to be accepted, they would allow jokes about them.
They
What do you think? What do you think? They because here's the crazy thing. Here's the crazy part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets hung up with like what 2 to 3% of the population, and then try to make black men the face of down low when most black people don't rock that way.
You know what down low actually came from? Because I remember when it came out. When it came from, right?
Kelly?
No. The down low was actually white men in San Francisco.
White men in the 70s at the discos.
No. It's actually white men in San Francisco in the 80s, right? They used to pull up to this certain park in San Francisco and pick up gay men, and they would have their baby seat in the back seat. It's actually in the New York Times and San Francisco Times, okay? And it got mapped onto black men, okay? Same thing, same way AIDS did, okay?
And that's what they call the San Francisco treats, I guess. I don't know.
It just like the original deadbeat dads were white men, okay?
They've been deadbeat since what, the 1800s?
They had in the late 80s. They had white male posters in post offices about deadbeat dads. Right?
You know what's funny, and I have to tell you,
how did black men become the face of deadbeat fathers? Okay?
I actually had this conversation with this one girl I'm talking to.
And
it pissed me off more than usual.
Okay.
Because this is, and I'm going to say this for all the females listening, and since you're here, May, I'm going to say this just not about you, but I'm talking towards you to actually inform you.
Okay.
There's certain reasons why men detest speaking to women.
Oh.
And it's not because we have a hatred of you. It's because y'all don't pay attention logically. And we know that you're not the most logical creatures. You would think a police officer who goes into these situations will go in there and know a chick is lying about domestic violence, but still thinks, well, these men are bad. A man just called you and he's trying to get his kids and he thinks the mom was drinking, but she admits to a glass of wine, which does not mean intoxication. But if that father was a bad father, he would have got his kids, right? And this is a chick who's a police officer and kind of found out you got 3 kids and each one have their own father. I said, here's the problem about you don't know good men. Is it the fact that you don't know good men or good men stay away from you? And that's why you can't see them. And see, we gotta be very careful about the semantics. When I said, first of all, 55% of black men don't have kids and are married. Why can't you broads pick them up? You broads got what? Anywhere from 1 million to 1.2 million kids who are sired by men that are not black. Where's their fathers? Trust me, I'm in Colombia. Colombia looks like Mulatto goddamn alley some damn days with all the mixed kids.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me when black men who wear condoms the most,
yes, they do,
and who uses contraceptives the least,
that is true.
And when this chick told me, well, you know, I got trapped twice. I said, how? Well, he had my birth control. I said, but I don't believe in abortion, but you believe in fornication. You can't have it both ways. And I said, here's the crazy part. There's this new concept to like get him while he was hiding the birth control. Try this. I didn't have to fuck him.
Yeah.
There was no ordained spirit that says fuck him.
And it's called the morning after pill. If that's
it's called Plan B. I said, sweetheart, you got more options to prevent pregnancy than Baskin Robbins has flavors.
The thing is, why'd you lie?
I said, why did you try to blame this shit on? I said, sweetheart, there are certain things men and women can do. Men pick wives. Men pick wives. Y'all pick fathers.
How many times she got trapped, Charles?
She said twice. Man, the laugh that came out of my mouth.
By the same guy?
By three children, three different men.
3 for 3. She got.
I mean, goddamn. I mean, Steph Curry couldn't shoot that damn gun. I'm talking to her, and she's like, "Why are you laughing?" Mm-hmm. I said, I said at some point we got to start calling women losers. I know you're the law enforcement. But at some point we got to call y'all losers.
You know what? The thing is, women hated Kevin, right? Okay, but Kevin was a lot nicer than I would have been.
Mm-hmm.
I told her, I said, that's your fault. You can't blame that man because if you knew you couldn't find your birth control. But by the way, I have never in my 43 years of living heard of a chick getting pregnant when she's regularly taking whatever birth control she is currently on.
Hey, you know what? I've never heard of a man, two men, separate men, hiding birth control pills from that woman.
Never, ever.
I said, you chicks pick men like goddamn, like the Empire picks shooters.
No, actually, how women pick men is very biological, and
it's biological. You like what you want your kids to have his features.
Have his features like.
Oh, I don't think about stuff like that. That's not
bullshit. You look at me all the time, girl. You probably got my fucking poster.
Hold on.
It was autographed a few years ago. Stop lying.
Charles, calm down. But the thing is, let me ask you, why you guys do that? When I say broadly about women, I don't do that. Okay, you might not. Okay, you might not. I said the reason that have you ever tried to have a baby by a man against his will?
You talking to me?
Yes, you.
No, I'm a planner of my life. I don't know what you mean.
And the thing.
Oh no, I know I got to go now. Uh-oh, the mean one's definitely here.
All right.
I gotta go.
All right.
Love you, Black Uru. BGS. BGS.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you. And bye, Charles.
And we didn't talk very much politics, though, did we?
We never do. We always
weird.
No, you
don't. You don't want to talk about politics, okay?
Yeah, she came up here.
Yeah, between Black Uru and Charles, I know I got to go. And BGS, I appreciate you.
All right, baby.
All right.
You know she secretly voted for Trump.
You ain't shit.
No, she
didn't. But the point I was making, BGS, and I told her, I said, you've been a cop for 2 different cities, from Ohio, where you're from, and now Baltimore County. You got it. You can't.
Wait, whoa. 2 cops?
No, she was a cop in Ohio. Then she moved to Maryland, and she's a cop for Baltimore County.
Did she have a baby by a cop?
No, which is funny. It's the fact of the matter. Like, look, they've done studies with white women and black women and all different. Like, black women pick men the same way men pick women. They tend to do that.
A little bit. There's a variation. Okay, that's why.
And it's
that's why I said if you read the Lucifer Principle, where he talks about nature from the ground up, right? Female nature is female nature, whether it's a bacteria or a human being. It's all the same. Okay.
It's biologically selfish.
It's about because they're trying to give the
best possible outcomes to their offspring.
To their offspring. If you understand that, you understand women. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's why I laughed, and she was like, "Well," I said, "So you never thought about marrying none of these niggas, did you?" Well, I thought I was going to. Bullshit. I said, "Did you press the issue?" But at the same time, let's go back to men picking wives. Why did you give a baby to a man who didn't think you were worthy to be a wife?
Because
then you can hear the Jeopardy music playing in her head too. By the way,
it's because she's going by her biological urge, which black women.
It was the biologicals.
Yeah,
I don't believe in abortion. I swear to God, if I had $100, every time I heard that, I'd be a billionaire.
I mean, there's a couple of women that talked about them accidentally having their baby in college and then later on, right? So I said, okay. So I always ask, okay, so was this particular man your first boyfriend? No. So how many boyfriends between this guy and your baby daddy? And normally it's about 3. I said, okay, so were you having sex with those other 3 men? Yes. So were they fertile? Yes. So how come you didn't get pregnant by those 3 guys? And that's when all the bullshit. That's when all the bullshit stopped. Yeah, it's okay.
You know what I say after that?
What?
You know, when she said certain shit, and this is I know
Yeah.
when I'm being rude mentally to people, because when my brain, inside my brain, I'm
worked out.
and I'm just be like, you do know, like you don't understand that all these things affect the woman's body. You're not a woman, so you can tell me. I said, no, I'm not a woman, but I'm a man, and how you gonna tell me what a father is?
Yeah.
I said, just because you. She couldn't say shit. I said, but she said
the funniest thing, man. Women are so
or a good man. I said,
yeah. Go ahead.
I said, you're full of shit, aren't you?
The
And it was
thing
like,
is,
how you a cop?
The thing is, when you actually explain to a woman how their biology works, right? Their mouths drop open. I said, how can you guys be women and be so unaware about what's going on with you? They're actually unaware. They really don't know. Yeah.
And what's even funnier is like I've always hated certain excuses about I've never been around good men. You're in a profession with 90% men. You saw these men risk their lives to save other people. That doesn't qualify a good man.
But does that good man want her?
And that's the point. I said, how many good men did you run into? Well, none. I said, do you attract? What type of men do you attract? Well, I attract different kind. No. There has to be a certain nucleus to it.
She knows what it is. Yeah.
She just trying to bullshit.
That's the whole thing. That's why they bullshit. In fact, oh man, I think I have the video. I got to find it or pull it up again, right? And they said, well, the one thing that women don't like to be is shamed. Okay, they don't like. That's where sign language comes in, right? Shame, guilt need to be right? Shame.
They don't like it, but they sure like to do it.
Shame is the biggest factor. Well, yeah, that's a projection, right? They project their shame on you. That's why it's your fault when she gets pregnant and has a baby.
It's your fault.
It's a projection because she's ashamed of it because it shouldn't have happened. Okay,
it's your fault that I had a penis in my mouth like a nunchuck.
Yeah,
it's your fault.
Yeah, I know. It always is. It's always your man's fault. Yeah,
it's your fault that I keep hopping on these wayward men's.
But women, but I have been shocked over the past, I would say 20, 30 years about how little women actually know themselves. That's why I started a women's channel.
Especially their biological urges, their moods.
I mean, the moods, how they think, how they move. Even women basically learn from other women by replicating what's been handed down.
That's why you know when you made the statement about why they listen to gay men.
Yes,
it's because they have a bastardized version of masculinity. One, and number two, they have they emulate a very bastardized version of femininity that they like or try to emulate. That's why you see them putting on the makeup from the drag queens.
Because drag queens do it better. Men do it better. Okay.
Men do everything better.
And drag queens tell me the drag queens tell me, I'm a better woman than you.
That's a good.
A lot of times they are.
Sometimes they are. I was like, damn, who's a better bitch? Okay,
that's what they say. I'm a better bitch than you, and that's what they say. In fact, I actually did.
Saucy Santana said that shit on the award show.
Yeah. In fact, I did a long time ago. I did a seminar with a chick. She actually helped the guy that wrote Boys in the Hood. Okay, get his movie made. Right. She's actually a publicist. She actually walked him for 3 years through the whole process, and she got to help him get his movie made. Right. And she said it right that when she goes get her makeup made and hair done, she don't go to women. She go to men.
She go to bed. It's
yeah.
And shout out to Rayo.
And they call her diva. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. And shout out to Rayo because I saw his comment. I'm at a red light. Safety first. This is why.
And I didn't want to turn out. It's supposed to be politics, but since it's open, we just continue. But
that's just the reason why I learned this dealing with my mother. My mother sometimes she loves me, but sometimes she can't stand me, and that's why sometimes she just gets quiet when I make one phrase. And I've always said this about women. Women know exactly what type of situations they put them in. Don't let them bullshit you.
Sometimes
Very
they
few
don't.
times they.
Sometimes they don't. A lot of times women do what they see and they copy. They have no idea
they
why
copy
they have no. Sometimes a lot of women have no idea why they get in the situation they got in.
And this is what women always expect.
And it's funny how May says we always talk about women, and when she comes in, we talk about politics. She comes in and talks about what?
And then she gets back, and then she gets dumbfounded by that.
No, she starts talking about men and women.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why she gets dumbfounded by the politics and revert back to what she knows or kind of knows. Yeah. And it's funny because women will get into situations, no matter how grievous, no matter how dangerous, and still expect you to save them. And look at you, how easily you got them out, and barely thank you to getting them out.
That's why in cultures where when women actually are obedient and actually more chaste and stuff like that, those cultures have no problem with letting those women die. Okay. Latin America has no problem if women don't follow the rules and not with their man, they're out there by themselves. They have no problem with them getting killed and them dying.
And that's why I told a lot of women in my family, I'll get you out of a situation, but if you go back in it, I'll act like I don't even know you.
You get one get out of jail free card. I told that.
And that's why my niece never put me in that situation ever again.
I know, because she
was
knows.
like,
She's like, okay, I got my get out of jail free card. If I want to do this, I'm on my own.
She's like, I've never seen a person. I never feel like, wow, he almost destroyed this guy for me. Like, actually, it kind of did.
Is that when you
and it's like,
it's possibly because you didn't like the guy in the first place. That's probably had something to do with it.
No, not really, because it was because of the baby. She was being choked, and she had my great nephew in her hands when he was 5 months old. So that set me off.
Well, and she probably went back to him, didn't she?
No, she stayed the fuck away from him.
Oh, did she? Oh, well, okay.
At least she's smart enough to make new mistakes.
Yeah. At least he knew. But he probably stayed away from her more than likely and said, "This bitch gonna get me killed."
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column
B. All right, go ahead, AB.
Did you see what I'm calling the DEI flight into space with what's her name, Katy Perry and Gayle King?
Oh, they went in space on
for 3 minutes.
For 3 minutes with on Musk's.
No, it was on the Bezos actually.
Oh, Bezos. Okay, cool.
They went in space for 3 minutes, and it was an all-woman flight. Yada yada yada.
So it had a woman pilot and everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're upset. Nobody gives a shit, but you know.
Oh man, you know what I told you earlier when you called me about?
They're upset that they didn't get any status out of it, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny when AB called me about that shit. I said, all the times you hear about a woman, the first woman who did something spectacular, men, it's just Wednesday.
If they actually built the program from ground up was all women, I give them credit. Okay.
Yeah.
Just because you in the seat doesn't mean anything.
No, it's like that chick who graduated who's a captain in the 75th Ranger Battalion. You know, she might be fit, but you know goddamn well she was a DEI hire. And then she's trying to pull out her PT scores, her range scores, all this other shit. But yet, you got to understand, that unit has been around for 200 years. That's a go hard unit, meaning...
LeVar, if the boyfriend has a 5-slap minimum, do you let him know up front before he starts dating your sister? If there's a 5-slap minimum, you're gonna come from after this. Let him know the facts up front. Okay, gotta remember, you can slap him, okay? Like they say if it was me, right? You can slap me, you can come for me, but the thing is, you better put me in the ground.
No,
because if you don't, guess what?
I'm coming for you.
Shit goes both ways. I have many women try to threaten me with that shit. I said, if you're gonna do it, make sure I'm gone because I'm coming after you. Okay.
I don't believe in rematches.
Yeah, you have no idea what rooftop I'm gonna be on when I'm looking for you. So the thing is, if that is your rule, let that man know up ahead of time. Don't date my sister unless you gonna adhere to these rules, and let her know not to provoke him into slapping her.
Nope. I tell people all the time, I'm the most peaceful guy ever.
Okay.
Don't hit me.
So basically, does your sister provoke these guys into slapping her? Because if she knows that you're going to back her up, people get bold.
I said a lot of times. I'm gonna tell you this one. You need to let your sister. I'm not saying let her be in danger,
No.
but sometimes we need to let our women sweat. Why? Because you abuse it.
Yeah.
Because if something happens, it's not their body on the line, and they're not the ones going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
You can't call. What happens? You put the bat signal out, and Batman doesn't come.
Look at what happened in Florida with that football player, right? She went out the bat signal.
He said he said he was joking.
Huh? He was joking. Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's tons of times, and I know this. There's tons of, because I'm one of them guys, right? Okay. If you sick people on me because of what you did, guess what? Okay. We're gonna talk it out. But thing is, if it's that serious, either she leaves or I leave. But thing is, if you coming for me, okay, it swings both ways. If I know that you're coming,
I think I thought I understood what Boris to say was the man gets to slap the woman 5 times. It's a sort of a cap of 5 times, and then after that, then the posse rounds up at that point. That's what I thought he said. Yeah.
And I never got it because I never liked that shit. Like some people like that aggressive shit. I never liked that. Like you can play fight, but you slapping me and when you're angry, no, that's hell no.
And she should leave after the first slap.
But a lot of them like that shit.
I know.
That's the sad part. It's like, why are you here? And that's the shit that makes me like, the worst liars in the world are female cops, man. You see this bullshit every day, and you still have the audacity, the unmitigated gall to still lie.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, and this is something I think this psychologist was saying. She actually worked in the prisons, right? There's a lot of guys locked up because black women send them on go missions.
Yep, on dummy missions.
Yeah,
you sit out there on them unconventional warfare, and sneaking people, and I'm like, look.
And sometimes they got, and sometimes they get, and they because
look what happened to that former football player.
Yeah, your sister ain't got to do time. You do.
Yeah, the sister literally talked about, which it goes back to what you said before.
Mm-hmm.
When women talked about how oppressed they are, but you can flagrantly sit on a testifying stand and talk about how you gloat about how you sent your brothers, and one of them got killed. You're lucky,
and your cousin. Yeah,
you're lucky that he didn't come after you, because you never. I always say this: be kind to everybody that you meet, because you never know who's one step away from becoming Frank Castle.
Yeah,
and you never know. That guy could have had a kid in there or something, and y'all doing this ill-gotten shit. I'm like, I've been on different calls, and I said, dude. People ask me, people used to ask me, why did you drink? Even though I cut down severely. When you see 5-year-olds or 3-year-olds shot dead on their porch, from fuckery, from just, this chick's not even honest enough to say, I'm a hoe. And the boyfriend come over and find out the other dude there, instead of saying, look, I'm a hoe, that's all that I know. You get into a running gun battle with these kids, kid gets shot. And I question sometimes the black community. We got all this heat for some of the most frivolous shit, but no heat for people like that who killed a kid.
No,
and nothing for the bitch who caused it.
It's an everyday thing. It's an everyday thing. That's why I don't even get involved in it about this. You putting hands on people, stuff like that. My thing is, I grew up seeing it, and I don't tolerate it. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I never got it.
If you got to have a man to put hands on you, I'm not your guy.
I never got it, because if you hit me, my parents said, "Hey,
hit back.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Don't be a bully, because we'll whoop your ass. We don't like that shit."
Yeah.
But if somebody feels bold enough to put their hands on you, you hit them with everything you got.
I've had women that tried. Unfortunately, I caught their wrist in squoze. Okay, they weren't fast enough.
I've walked away from women, and women hit me in the back of my damn head. I thought she hit me with a frying pan.
Okay.
And all I did was turn around, and next thing you know, I see his feet parallel.
Yeah.
It's just that quick of a reaction.
Yeah.
And people don't know.
Yeah.
People don't know. You don't play with people like that because
black. That's part of the Klingon mating ritual, and it's so common. I'm just sick of it. Okay. And black men first thing to say that how abusive black men actually are. First thing out of their mouth.
Black men are actually. Black men are some of the most abused people. It's like I had to correct Dr. T. I said, not Dr. T, Dr. Thunder. I said, when you look at the FBI stats, the only reason it's bilateral, is because of retaliation.
Yeah.
This is how aggressor is. The aggressor is the person who starts the shit. 70% of the time, it's the woman. Because you got to remember, who calls the police less? Men do. Because a lot of times when domestic violence, thank you, O.J. Simpson, when those laws started coming out, women were just horrific about calling. Even in Puerto Rico, some of the Puerto Rican cops will tell me who came to work in Baltimore, they said we had to change the laws up there because if you argue with your woman, you will go to jail.
Oh yeah, that's what the Nigerian women started doing when they moved to the West. Yeah.
And then guess what happened? The guys were getting so pissed to go to jail, they end up killing the women. So they had to change the laws quick.
Oh, yeah. Or they stopped marrying these women and stopped being with them.
Yeah, they stopped. They left them alone, and then they said, "Hey, we'll change," and they had to change them because it's like people don't understand when you change the environment, you change the culture, and when you have that cultural impact of why is this woman a wayward woman, it's because the environment actually protects her from herself.
Exactly, and that's why I played as she showed you the video about the Nigerian women. When they're in Nigeria, they're completely different women than when they come to the West. The environment controls female behavior because the men didn't change. Okay, the men didn't change at all. The women changed.
Men are men, no matter where they are.
Yeah,
it's pretty much. If we get a group of men, you're from LA, you know. Uber's from Chirac.
Yeah,
anybody can jump in, man. I know Charles is talking, but anybody can jump in.
Yeah, what was the original video that you were showing about again?
What's that? The who?
The original video with BJ, whatever his name is, Triple X, on the panel.
Oh, Jesus!
The video you were showing before May came out.
Wait, BJX. It was just a replay. They were actually talking about Jasmine Crockett. I'll put the link in.
Okay.
I don't know if you're interested in it or not, but it's like watching paint dry. But but the thing is that I actually wanted to comment on it because on this channel is because they always call me out. So.
Oh, they called you out during the stream or something, or?
You see, May did so.
Oh, okay.
On VHS, we're gonna call you out, partner. We're gonna meet you at the Sunday, the OK Corral, partner. God damn.
I'll put it on rewind for you, boss. Okay.
Oh my God. Jesus. And chick, I was just talking to her too. You can kind of see
VHS. I still crack up.
I was talking to her earlier today too. We supposed to go out next week. Shut up,
BGS.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I try to make sure I keep my wife around nothing but happy married women.
Okay.
I'm not just married women, but they have to be happily married women. She can't be around any woman who's not happily married. I try to keep her away from all of that. And so far, so good.
This is the picture that comes in my head when I hear dudes defend Jasmine Crockett.
I mean, actually, it's women, black women especially, that love her. Okay. I said, okay. Other than her being loud and being obnoxious, what has she done? Well, she bring that energy. Okay. And what is that going to get done? Well, they're actually voting against a tyrant. I said they didn't do it with Biden. Why are they doing it now?
Mm-hmm.
And they were quiet about it. They knew what was going on, and nobody stopped it. Why?
You ain't black if you ain't vote for me.
Everybody knew what was going on in the background with Joe Biden and that administration, and nobody said squat. They just let it go.
Yeah,
Even
that's
people
Lindy
that didn't
Lee.
want to vote for. Yeah. Lindy Lee is Kamala Harris's campaign crew. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The book they just wrote on what is it?
Barack, he released, was that the one?
No. The one that just got released about the Biden White House was I forget what it's called. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
they're talking about how Obama was sniping Harris in the back, which is not surprising, but you know.
He didn't want her, and that basically I don't know why that is a mystery because Maxine Waters said the exact same thing. Actually played the clip when she said that shit. Okay, AOC said the same damn thing. The thing is, why do you need a book? They actually came out even before the election and said that shit. That's why I call some people pedestrians and civilians. Right? This shit is out there. It's not like it's hidden.
Yeah.
Shit's been out there. What are you arguing about?
Even through our own assessments, through what we already put together, and then we have confirmation from obviously the interviews, the obviously the debacle within the Democratic Party. I mean, how much more do you need?
I don't know. That's the thing is I'm done. What I know is because people on the ground, they listen to CNN and CS, MSNBC and stuff like that. So they have no clue about the rest of the stuff, right? My brother just didn't start listening to C-SPAN until I told him, why don't you start watching C-SPAN, okay? And I noticed the rhetoric is starting to die as he's starting to see what's actually going on in Congress itself instead of what they say on the news shows, the so-called news shows, which I hate. Okay, now I very seldom show clips from any one of those news shows because most of
MSNBC's losing money. They're starting to fire producers and everything.
It's entertainment. Saying they were seeing it's entertainment. Okay.
Yeah,
it's not journalism.
CNN used to be a journalist. I mean, real journalists when it first started. I mean, some 30, 40 years ago, it was real journalists doing real journalism. They don't do it anymore.
Nope.
Yeah, they got people like Abby Phillip on there now, entertainers.
As entertainers, man. And you can see what's his name, but the other guy, man, he's laughing because he knows it's entertainment. It's a joke. He laughs about it.
I mean, you brought it up, BGS, when Joy Reid versus what's that, Jamal, right? Like,
yeah,
he didn't want to fall for the okie doke, and they said, all right,
yeah,
get your ass out of here.
Yeah. You don't want to follow the program, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. That's why I don't even talk to him anymore. I said there's no sense. And like MOT just said something. I said, he said talking about pedestrian civilian. He talked about the Texas law on the Texas law talking about child support at conception, which Alabama and Mississippi already passed that shit. Okay, yeah. So the thing is, if you're up on the laws, you already know this is already know what they did and why they actually did it. So I don't know why this is new.
You have a negative birth rate, so you're gonna take away.
But the thing is, that's why I said can these people think past their own shoelaces?
Usually no, good side. Usually no, and we have time tested incidents of proving it such. Because I'm just looking at it like when people talk about. Well, you talked about Jasmine Crockett earlier.
Yeah.
I always ask people, what the fuck did she do? Did she vote for your interests?
I asked, okay, what major policy is she for? And nobody can tell me. Okay, but you said this chick should be in leadership. What has she done?
And I'm starting to wonder, like, do people actually understand what the word leadership actually means?
No. You see that with the AJ in New York. I seen a bunch of pedestrians like, oh, Trump needs to stop, taking it too far and blah blah blah. I said,
okay, I'm sure.
The thing is, everybody knew. okay, whether you like him or not, whether you agree with him or not, okay. When he's a sitting president, he's gonna come for blood. He's coming for your head, okay.
Yeah,
Petty.
that's perfect.
They all will. Ask Netanyahu and Obama, okay. Netanyahu came in, talked shit about Obama, okay. Obama started going for his head. He didn't say nothing about Obama the rest of his term, ever since, okay. As Chavez calling Bush the devil at the UN.
And look what happened. Look what happened to him.
Yeah, he don't have that. 2 years later, he died of cancer. I wonder why. Interesting.
Goddamn mosquitoes. Is that a robot?
You know what I'm starting to realize, BJS, that a lot of people, especially on the left,
yes,
are functioning.
You ain't heard the people on the right, man. Oh, they worse. Yeah.
They're functioning as this is supposed to be. I slap you, but you don't do that. Don't put hands on me, even though I initiate everything, right? And as we're seeing this, you're seeing this cry like, "Oh, I can't believe he would do this," or "Why this is not fair." But you got clowns destroying Teslas, people's personal property,
Right?
because they don't like the CEO, which has nothing to do with the consumer.
Yes. Yeah, like I said with the tariffs, you tell me about tariffs. Well, BGS, you don't know nothing about tariffs. I said Trump is doing exactly what I thought he would do.
Let's be honest.
Exactly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Most of the people talking shit about tariffs didn't even know what a tariff was till Trump said something.
They probably never heard of the word. But the thing is, in fact, who said this? The guy that what's his name that used to be on Fox, O'Reilly.
Yeah, Bill O'Reilly.
He said Bill O'Reilly said people. I said you can't believe that after all these years, people don't know who Trump actually is. Okay.
I'm no fan of Bill O'Reilly, but he absolutely right. He right about that.
He said after all these years, you guys don't understand Trump. I see Trump will bluff. People don't think now Putin. If Putin says it's going to be 25% tariff, you can actually put that in stone.
That's dollar. He's going to be
He can put it in stone because Putin does not say stuff he does not mean. He's not willing to follow through with 100%. Right? Trump will throw mud on the wall and see what sticks. If it don't stick, scrape that off. Again, okay. People should know that about him. I knew that all this tariff talk was not going to last for very long.
No. But I think is very telling is how emotional people are off of headlines and just instantly make judgments without actually sitting down and having an actual conversation. Like, what is this the purpose of this? Why is he doing this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it says something about the American psyche.
Yes.
People in general are just suckers for propaganda.
Yes.
They are.
That's it.
Just to add on to what you said, I have a cousin with a PhD, man. And this man was like, it's like he's bipolar. Every time Trump does, this guy's going to destroy my life.
But at what point in history were Americans particularly astute about tariffs and trade policy? I don't think there was ever a time in history where your regular average American knew anything about any of that stuff. Not from the standpoint. Well, first of all, we're several generations now in which we hardly had any sort of meaningful tariff. I mean, we've been pretty much open trade for generations now. So even just to talk about tariffs from a standpoint of a meaningful part of the United States economic engine is new for the vast majority of Americans.
Yeah.
Yes.
I say for the last 40 years with the free trade.
Yeah, I mean, they opened up China 50 years or so ago. So, after that, it's been pretty much let's try to find get rid of all the tariffs and trade.
I think Reagan was the free trader. That's when it really started to open up. Reagan, it was free trade and all that kind of stuff. And basically, that's where NAFTA came up out of. So most of the tariffs were actually dropped because they were. I mean, they weren't onerous, but they were still there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the things that is telling with this NAFTA. I mean, I'm sorry, with the tariffs thing, is that there's so like again, some of my family members who are extreme liberals, they're like, oh, China this, China that, and I'm saying to them, I was like, at the end of the day, Trump is a disruptor.
Yes.
And it's quite clear what you see what's going on with China's lower class.
Yes.
The fact that they're going on TikTok saying, well, you know that Hermes bag that you paid $40,000 for, you know that it comes from China. We could do that for you. You know what I'm saying? For
Yeah.
$1,500, you can come get.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, and this is what I was trying to explain to him. At the end of the day, Trump, whether you like him or not, he is causing a massive disruption in
He's
China.
shaking the table. Yeah.
And if you can't see, oh, we're not, let's trade war. We're not going. I said the biggest fear I always said for China is internal issues amongst their population.
The biggest issue, and this is the thing, and because like I said, I've been studying these bastards since like '92. Okay, so the biggest issue now is they put so much stock into building this, blood and treasure, and putting their people on the line. They polluted their own country, building this shit. They do not want to see it torn down for nothing. Okay, that's their biggest fear. They spent the last 50 years building this platform, building this, and they're here right now. They're afraid that it'll get torn down. Okay, for nothing, right? They can, because China can wait. They can back off. They can wait. Okay, and that's the whole thing. Go ahead.
And like you said, well, just to pick out what you're saying. Once, what's they say? Once luxury is tasted, right?
Yes.
It's like you can't go back. And I think that spills over to what I was arguing with my family members about.
Yeah,
like,
but you got to remember, unless America falls and takes those systems down with it. Okay.
Yes.
That's what they're afraid of. In fact, Jamal Thomas said the same thing. China's trade with the U.S. is only like 2 or 3%. Okay. They've pretty much divested themselves from trading with the United States over the past, I say, 15 years. Okay, it used to be like damn 60-70%. Now it's down to like less than 10%. So basically they won't miss the United States. What they're afraid of is that, okay, they don't want the dollar to collapse because we owe so much goddamn money. They're using the dollar.
Yeah, it's all intertwined.
And so they're not afraid of it. Trust and believe, man. If you know anything about the Chinese, they are not afraid of internal policy. They've been dealing with internal policy and disruption for the last 5,000 years. They're not afraid of that.
Fair enough.
They're not in there. Mao basically, go back and look during the Cultural Revolution, right? Mao basically starved out 40 million people. They're not afraid. Okay.
You know what I think? I also will say when you're saying it, I don't think a lot of Americans realize how the CCP how they can really get down.
No, they don't. But see, guess who's actually more afraid of internal disruption than the Chinese?
What? Who?
You're living in it.
Yeah.
Go back to COVID.
Yeah.
Why they spend $7 trillion? Okay.
Yeah. Because Americans are definitely on the short end of the stick when it comes to that.
Internal strife inside the United States.
And then you got everyone strapped to the T.
And the thing is, just them being strapped. No, but nobody gives a fuck about guns for the most part, man. What are you gonna do with them? Okay, who you gonna shoot? Who you gonna attack? Okay, you attack if the way the United States is built, you start attacking the government. Guess what happens to the to your trade route, to all your food deliveries?
Yeah.
How long? Do you have enough food to actually fight this war? If you're going to fight a war against the government, your electricity, your water.
What happens if I cut off your water, your electricity?
That's extreme. All I have to do is not let the trucks in. Okay, fine. You wanna lay siege to a city? Fine, go ahead.
That's the irony.
That's what we did in Baltimore.
Yes. Oh yeah, it happened in LA. Go ahead.
But that's the irony, because for Americans to act so independent, they truly don't realize how much dependency that exists in this system.
And you're in logistics.
Logistics, yeah.
You know exactly what is it? Just in time, 3 days?
Yeah.
Look at your dollar stores when they couldn't get supplies, they're gone. Okay.
Yep. In fact, I was going through my stuff and I found the letter that I got from Carlisle Group stating that I had to work through COVID because I was essential personnel.
Oh yeah. The one thing that Trump did. Remember the meat packers?
Yep.
The one that were afraid of COVID. He made them stay on the job.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't, guess what's going to happen to the meat in the stores? It's going to go, and guess what's going to happen to people? Are actually going to panic buy. Okay.
And what a riot!
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Look what they gave it toilet paper. Good Lord.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, the things that I can go into, like, I mean, AL, he drives trucks. He knows that during that time they suspended the hours of service.
Yes.
Dudes were running like crazy. They were sleeping on the docks, which they do anyway. But where I was working, they were taking them off one truck, putting them on another, and saying, "Get out of here."
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, he said I won't lie.
I said, yes, sir. He is in line.
Oh no,
he is in line.
I mean that. I mean, anybody that's been in the military, because they the one thing that they did, and this is, I forget what the name of the thing was, because somebody actually had me look at this. Right? Remember the FEMA thing with the prison trains and all that kind of shit with the shackles, right?
Yeah.
Now, white boy paid me to look at that and see what I thought. Okay, paid me. Far right wing white boy paid me, okay, to actually look at it and say what I think about this, because he thinks that they're trying to put martial law in the United States. That's what he thought, right? So I took his money and said I went and looked at the video. I did some research and, man, it's not what you think. He said, what is it? Now the FEMA camps are there. Okay, the prison trains are there. All the caskets are there, but they're not there to actually take over the United States. The thing is, in case something breaks, okay, in case the United States financial collapse, something like that, they have to be ready, right? So, so they have to have the coffins ready. They have to have the FEMA camps ready. They have to have the prison trains for unruly people. Okay, put them someplace, and that's what they're for. They're laying in wait just in case they need them. They're not going to use them. It makes no sense for them actually going in on the United States. It doesn't make sense. There's too many people. You don't have enough money. You don't have enough troops, right? But the thing is, what you do need in case stuff breaks, like a big city breaks, like Baltimore and Los Angeles, okay, you got to have this stuff have to be ready. You can't make this stuff. You can't invent the stuff overnight. You got to be there. Yeah,
they were staging for it.
They're staging for it. Exactly what it was, and that's what. And I said that's a white boy, a right wing militia type white boy paid me to look at it. Okay, and this is back in 2005 or 6, something like that.
Yeah, 2000. I had just got back to the United States, 2005.
Yeah, right after 9/11, when they really when FEMA became a thing. Okay, and all. I know you guys remember the rumors about the prison trains and FEMA camps and all that kind of crap. Remember that?
Yep.
Back in the day, yeah. And so he I saw it. I didn't pay much attention because I listened to Art Bell anyway. So I heard about this shit way back when. But the thing is that but he actually paid me to actually look at it. So I actually looked at it and said, okay, it's not what you think. It's actually way more pragmatic than you actually think it is. And that was almost 20 years ago, right? It's the FEMA camps and all kind of shit is still there. In fact, they had for one while they were actually moving the homeless in Florida FEMA camps. In fact, remember the FEMA camp I showed you guys in NYC for the immigrants?
Yeah, I remember.
Right across the river. Remember that? Yeah, that's the FEMA camp.
Yeah, my ex-sister-in-law, she worked for Catholic Charities, and she was going to the FEMA camps in Texas. It's amazing how many organizations are involved in that whole thing.
Yeah, that's where all your FEMA money went. FEMA went like, God, was it how many billions of dollars that FEMA took and spent on migrants? That's where the money went for those camps that you feed and house migrants. Unbeknownst to us. But the thing is, one thing I say about the black manosphere, we're actually unafraid to actually talk about, because the white boys could have done this shit, man. The thing is, I said, the shit's white in the open. How come white boys don't pick this shit up and and put it out there like we do.
Because they don't like to admit failure.
Mm.
Well, other than that, on top of that, they're as propagandized as we are.
Okay. Well, we're not
So
popular. I ain't.
I mean, I'm not talking about the Black Manosphere. I'm talking about just
oh
Black
yeah,
people in general.
period. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. So I mean, it's even like I'm looking at shit like that Frisco case. And how they're sitting there is like, making all of these assumptions. And I'm like, due process hasn't even taken place yet. What are y'all arguing about?
They're making up shit like he's getting stomped out and yada, 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 yada. As a matter of fact, I think I sent it to, I didn't put it on my tab, but I actually sent it to my Telegram group. Let's see if I can find it. It was actually Judge Joe Brown, okay, talking about that, right? And you'd be shocked what he says about it.
Yeah, bitch, I sent you that one. That was the with Dana.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Dana. Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to he and them. Man, that sister was trying to argue. I'll let you go.
It seems like I got to remember where I put it. What happens when you have too many channels? It's in your history somewhere.
Black folks still amaze me.
There it is. Okay.
They'll make all type of nonsense, and the law is, and you have a
cop.
judge. Yeah,
a judge. Yeah, and she's arguing with the judge. Okay. Y'all want to play this or no?
Yeah, judges ain't always right, but they're right more times than we want to admit.
You guys want to play it or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and play.
It's up to you because people get upset, so I don't want people to get too upset because I'm actually tired. I'm actually tired of this shit, man. Personally,
What's that?
Of the because these are kids, okay? Largely what we think, these are kids, okay? And the thing is, we're actually blowing this shit way out of proportion for what? Okay.
I'm tired of explaining.
This happens every day. Nobody, when it happens in Chicago with two black kids, nobody says shit. Okay.
Yep.
In LA, nobody says shit. Okay.
I take race out of it.
Nobody says shit. Okay. But
I take race out of it immediately because I'm just go by the fucking evidence that's presented. That's all.
I mean, we know, if you're an athlete and somebody, you got your group with your backpacks and sitting in the section, they don't like people coming sitting in their section. Don't belong to the group, man. It is what it is. And Judge said the same thing. Go ahead.
Well, let's get into Carmelo Anthony. You did a great job last week breaking down, self-defense. And of course, we still don't have all the evidence. The police or the DA office have not released any more evidence, but you were able to give good legal analysts analysis to what we have known so far, and just the whole terminology of self-defense, right? And
yeah, and by the way, it's looking, the more that comes out, the more it's looking.
Can anybody see the video?
Proper self-defense case.
So what?
And more and more.
Is it a video or just audio?
Oh, you guys can't see it. It's video. Y'all can't see it?
No, but I've seen the video, so I mean, I won't complain.
Yeah, that was Real Dana and Judge Joe Brown, wasn't it?
Yeah. I see it now.
Yep.
Okay. That's mostly audio anyway. It's not really that important to see.
Yeah, if y'all want to see that shit.
Where there was premeditation.
I thought she was a speed dead set.
Was involved.
He getting something out of her, so
set this up. So yeah, it's not looking good, but people are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And we have yet to get the indictment process. You want me to jump into what's supposed to happen next?
Well, let me just set it up real quick. And I do want to share this here. So Carmelo Anthony, who is 17 years old, he's accused of stabbing another high school student at a track meet last week. He was released Monday today after his bond was significantly lowered. Anthony was released from Collin County Jail at 4:20 p.m. and put on house arrest with an ankle monitor after an 8-hour-long hearing at the county courthouse in McKinney on Monday morning. State District Judge Angela Tucker lowered Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000. Anthony, $250,000. Yes, $250,000. Sorry. and he has been charged with murder since April the 2nd. And
what degree? What degree?
It doesn't say. It just says.
Of course, the typical modern news media wouldn't think that that's important, but it is.
Yes, it is. So while under house arrest, Tucker said Anthony will only be permitted to leave home with her permission, namely trips to his attorney's office and meetings in court, and will need to be with an adult at all times. He is also not to contact the McCaff family, including on social media. Factors considered in court on Monday included Anthony's age, lack of criminal history, and ties to the community, including several family members, close friends, and a football coach and a manager from one of his part-time jobs. He showed up to the hearing. I
always found that the greater the extent of the defendant's youth, the more unreliable they are about showing up. The older they are, the more reliable they're likely to be about returning until the matter is disposed of. So I don't know what that had to do with why the bond was lowered, but that's not my call right now. I'm just making an observation. But as I said before, the bond heretofore set was excessive. $250,000 is more reasonable. But the more I hear about it, worse it looks. So we'll see what happens. And as I have observed on many occasions, what you hear in the press or through the press or gets revealed by the press, particularly these days, is not very reliable compared to what you hear on a witness stand.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like, one, why is he carrying a knife to a track meet when he's a participant in the meet? Two, why is he under a tent shelter on the wrong team side?
I wonder who else said that. I wonder who asked that question. Very interesting. But I'm just old Negro, man. So is he. So
why is he where somebody else is on that team that he has a prior animosity with? Why is he on social media in the preceding week boasting or advertising what he's going to do in retaliation? And then he may get beat up, but you have people saying, well, the disparate size. Well, that doesn't matter. It's a young athlete, and he did play football, and he's going to run into linemen if he's playing football who are as big as the deceased, if not bigger. So that doesn't wash when you get to talking about disparate treatment.
Well, there have been more to it with the story, but I want to play this clip of DA Greg Willis. That's the DA's whose case this is, whose DA's office is going to be handling this case. So this is the DA talking after the bond hearing.
But there's not much I can say. The judge has made the call, and so what's important is what's next. Frisco PD will be finishing up their investigation. They will submit the case to my office. We will review it and ultimately present it to a grand jury. And so that's what's next. That's really much. It's pretty much all I can say right now. We do our speaking as far as the facts go in the courtroom. Many of you were in there, so you understand what was said. But it's this is a terrible tragedy for our entire, not just Frisco, but Collin County community. One family has suffered a permanent loss. It's the most unnatural thing for a parent to lose their child. It's permanent. It's profound. It's certainly premature. And it's the hardest thing that I think a human being can go through is to lose their child. The Anthony family has had a different kind of loss, but a loss nonetheless. But the judge has made her call, and we look forward to continuing the process and looking forward to reviewing all the facts of the case that Frisco PD is coming up with and present it to a grand jury. What we are concerned about as prosecutors is justice, truth, and accountability. And so we will go where the facts lead us. Thank you so much.
Could you speak about the security and the vitriol and just the safety even for the judge and your officer?
Well, this has definitely rocked our entire community. And so it has struck a nerve in the community. And it's hard for everybody to be level-headed at a time like this. So that's where we come in. It's our job to be level-headed, to be fact-based, and to follow the truth wherever it leads. Thank you so much.
And what did you
So I want to add this for a little bit of context here, right? Carmelo Anthony's father, he is not on camera, but he was briefly interviewed by the New York Post. And he says, everyone has already made their assumptions about my son, but he's not what they're making him out to be. He's a good kid. He works 2 jobs. He's an A student, has a 3.7 GPA. The elderly Anthony insisted his son didn't instigate the tragic brawl over a seat at the track stadium in Frisco, Texas, where the boys' school had met for a track meet. He was not the aggressor. He was not the one who started it. He is charged. Carmelo is charged with first-degree murder. Anthony said his son's action was a heat of the moment mistake that has brought tragedy to both families. Quote, I feel bad for the other parents and family, and words can't explain how both families have been affected by this tragedy, end quote. So it says the senior, Carmelo, he was a senior at Centennial High School, was allegedly told he was sitting in the wrong seat before he drew a knife and launched his attack, the father of the victim said. Carmelo allegedly stabbed Austin McCaff in the chest as his victim, identical twin brother, watched in horror. And that's when
the problem is what are you doing with the knife at the school? It's got to be a knife long enough to penetrate through the rib structure into the thoracic cavity to do something to the heart lung situation there if you're going to take somebody out. The other thing is if we're talking about basically just unarmed physical force, how anyone justifies stabbing someone in the chest. So what we're talking about, the Bible talked about, is passion.
Yeah, I wonder who did say that.
Yeah. Because I thought I told about the force continuum. I'm not an expert, but I'm so alone.
Everybody says
I'm so alone.
You can't determine how you're gonna react when somebody puts their hands on you. May not, but the law can.
The force continuum is for everybody. Like, dude punches me in the face, I can't shoot him. If you read the stand your ground policy, they talk about the force continuum. Okay. They talk about the force continuum. Unless I'm knocked down to the ground, which is a vulnerable position, you start kicking and punching, and you gotta
stand your ground. Says you can react. You don't have to retreat, but you can react. With equivalent
with reasonable force.
Reasonable force. That's what they say. But we don't know nothing.
But okay, the only pushback I have against that is I have to go back and look at other cases that took place in Texas, like the Joe Horn case.
Okay.
Because with the Joe Horn case, remember he shot those 2 guys who were just robbing his neighbors. And of course, he got acquitted because of the very same law.
Because they used in that Joe Horn case, when he dropped the 2 robbers, they used the Castle Doctrine.
They used the Castle Doctrine, which dealt with the home, and because he was looked at as an extension of his neighbor's home.
Yes.
Even though you're not supposed to shoot over property.
Yeah.
But the question,
they use Castle Doctrine, which is different from stand your ground. Yeah.
Well, I agree with that, but the question of threat was they were not really a threat to them.
No, they weren't a threat, and I'm gonna answer that real quick. That's it. This is the reason why I don't like Castle Doctrine. Not Castle Doctrine. Stand your ground, because they're too damn vague.
Yeah,
right.
They're too vague, and I know there's many situations. If the guy was on the ground and he's being stomped, yeah, I can see that. Because you're so vulnerable that you gotta do what you gotta do.
In fact, there was a case in Florida with a white guy, right? Okay. And the kids were playing their music too loud, right? And he got out to protest about these kids playing their music too loud. And one kid
I remember that case.
And actually, I think they had an altercation. I think he pushed the old guy down. Okay. The guy came back with a gun and shot him. Okay. He tried to say it's a stand your ground law. He got convicted. Yeah.
Yep, that was at the
I've never known anybody to be able to stab somebody while they're being stomped out on the ground. I mean, I would think that would be a very difficult thing to do.
The thing that is a rumor. Okay. The accounts that I have read is that he approached him. They said, you're in the wrong seat. Now, what they said in intervening session, I don't know. But the thing is, what the version I heard is that Anthony Carmelo actually reached into his bag and says, "Touch me and see what happens."
Yep.
That's
but
what
if you look at the scene, because there are pictures of the scene,
there's 3 tents, yeah.
And what you see is the tent,
yeah,
but you see like 15 feet or so away
yeah,
is where the actual stabbing.
That was actually what, yeah. No,
so what that says to me is that the issue about Carmelo being in the tent had been resolved because they obviously were no longer in the tent.
When the cops showed up, and you see the picture of the tent, they have moved the tent. See where all
they moved the tent into the bleachers. They're covering the area. Let me finish. They're covering the stabbing area, which is in the bleachers.
Okay. You see where all the bags and stuff are? In the picture, you see all the bags and equipment and stuff like that? That's where the tent initially was, okay? When the cops showed up, they moved the tent.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying, though, the stabbing occurred in the bleachers. Unless the tent was in the bleachers.
Yeah, it was. That's exactly
so the tent was in the bleachers.
Yes.
They moved the tent.
Okay. They moved the tent, yes.
That's an interesting, because I would think, I would think in a crime scene, you don't move stuff around because that's all evidence.
Stuff was probably moved
in fact,
because,
I would assume everything is roped off and kind of kept exactly as it is. So as not to disturb any evidence.
The thing is, moving the tent, the covering is not going to disturb the evidence.
It depends because everything's not exact. You try to not disturb the crime scene as much as you can, but is there going to be some disturbance? Probably.
Yeah.
And if it's moving the tent, the biggest thing is make sure you preserve as much of the scene as possible.
Yeah.
I don't know why they moved it. Maybe the medics needed to get through there, but things happen.
Yeah. Because
I'm just thinking, blood, biological matter.
Yeah, because they can still take the. They can still take the tent.
Fast.
Yeah,
they can still take the tent, and they're gonna still take the tent and sweep it for blood.
Yes.
They're still gonna do that as long as
blood doesn't dissolve. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, here's my. I guess I'm a little surprised that we're kind of rushing to inculpate Carmelo here. There's been no release of audio. Let me finish now. There's been no release of audio, no video, no nothing. In fact, when you consider what typically happens today, it's actually rather shocking that we witnessed no audio or video of this.
There may have been, but the thing is, we don't know what the cops did with the evidence. They haven't released it. We have no clue. They said there was phones that they confiscated and returned and asked people not to shoot the video. So we don't know. We're in the darkness like everybody else. Nobody's talking.
Which is why I'm slow to judgment here.
Same here.
That's why I'm very slow to judgment, and especially if we could move it in a direction of inculpating a student. He's working several jobs. He has no record of any history, at least that has been presented. I'm inclined to be in wait and see mode for what this particular kid might have done.
The first thing is, and Charles talked about it, right? That's what the judge talked about. You ain't supposed to have a fucking knife at school anyway, period.
Yeah, that's off the rip.
You're an athlete. You've been in that stadium before. You know that you're not supposed to have a backpack nor a knife in that stadium, period, okay? Why do you have a knife? That's number one, okay? Why do you sit in an opposing team's tent? Number two, okay? Because he said he sat in the opposing team's tent to get out of the ring. The tent had to be there. Okay, according to testimony.
It was
Well,
raining.
okay, if it's let's say it's a flash flood, right, or flash rain thing.
Okay.
It was raining hard.
Let's just say put ourselves there, and there's a flash rain event, and I'm at a track event. I'm competing in this event, and then it suddenly start raining. I might at least temporarily go run under the other team's tent. That don't necessarily mean I'm looking for trouble.
I mean,
I ran track.
Let me finish.
You know, I'm sure some. Let me finish. I ran track. I'm sure some of us have ran track. Track events, typically, from what I recall, are not typically this kind of. You know, maybe basketball games, football games. They tend to be kind of, you know, territorial.
Yeah,
but in the track events that I've participated in, they weren't that especially territorial. You know, it wasn't this kind of, you know, us against you so much kind of thing, at least to that degree that I recall.
There was okay. When the pictures that I saw, there was 4 goddamn tents there. Okay, in the same area. Why that one?
And also,
that's
like,
for the court.
No. There was a tent that was like 10 feet away from where the tent he stood under. Okay, why that one?
Well, again, in the pictures that I've seen, I can't speak to anything else. The only picture I've seen is like one tent, and I don't see any other tents adjacent to it.
There was actually there's actually 3 in the pictures before, right? In fact, in the picture where they show, I'm looking at a picture right now at the crime scene, right? There's a tent right next to it, okay, from another school, right next to it. Like maybe like 5, like maybe less than 10 feet away, like 5 feet away. And what I'm not, you know, the thing is, we're not. The only reason we're actually talking about it is because everybody's talking about it. Because really, I'm sick of talking about it. That's why I didn't want to play it in the first place, because I don't want to adjudicate this shit because we don't know anything.
That's the reason why I'm saying, you know, that's for the judges, because, you know, we can speculate all day. My whole thing is that, and I said this before, this case with just the information that we have right now, it still hinges on reasonable doubt. Because because I think that this thing is so close to being self-defense versus, you know, an actual manslaughter or murder type of situation, that reasonable doubt is going to be the line that draws whether he goes.
Yeah, this is where you look at this, right? Why you gotta go? I tell everybody, take race out of it, because that's where people get emotional and blinded. Did he goaded him into it?
We don't. That's what this thing we don't know.
And that's what's going to be charged. Was his life in jeopardy, or was there serious physical harm?
1, 2, 3 tents right there. Okay, within the same vicinity. They moved. See the yellow tape. Okay, they moved the tents away from the scene. Okay, and covered it up with target. See where the bags are. See all the bags and shit are. Okay, that's where the tent was.
Well, there's like one perspective, you know what I'm saying? Because I know we got a lot of parents on the panel. And this is from a parent perspective. Would you feel comfortable, and this is not to shame anyone, but would you feel comfortable sending your kid to a quote unquote nice school where other kids are bringing weapons to events?
No. Madrama Bear, okay? Name me one school that allows weapons on campus of any
I'm agreeing with you. That's my point. My point is, as a parent, as another parent looking at this, as a third party parent, I would be roasting both of those kids' parents. Like I might even take them to court, because I don't feel comfortable sending my kid to a school where they're stabbing each other.
Did what's his name? The other kid have a weapon on him?
Yeah. I mean,
my point is, he was on social media brandishing guns. I mean,
but he
both of these kids.
But he didn't carry the weapon to school, did he?
Drama.
No, I'm not. No, I don't think he should have died. I'm agreeing with you.
No. You lit Madrama Bear.
You're not listening.
Pull back for a second, right? Okay. Anthony is allowed to carry the weapon that he had, but guess where he's not allowed to carry it at?
Ooh.
school. Okay, did these kids have you ever heard of these two kids bring weapons onto campus?
It's never been reported of them bringing weapons on the campus.
I'm asking Miss Drama Bear.
Okay, now is that a school or is that like a track field?
The track field belongs
I'm
to
going to explain this. Anything of a school event, school property, school list, prom, sporting event,
weapons are not allowed.
PTA meeting,
That's
you
exactly
can't
what
do
I'm
that.
saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Hold on. The stadium belongs to the school district.
Exactly.
That's
my point.
Property.
Exactly. There should not have been a weapon there.
There should not have been a weapon there.
And as a parent, I would be very concerned of any other parent that thinks it's okay to have weapons at school, right? That's my point.
I'm sure his father did not know that the boy had a knife in his backpack. Otherwise,
in the state of Texas.
One time.
Oh, okay, but I'm saying everyone is being just as careless about this other kid dying. Saying, I don't care, he's defending himself. Well, as a parent, I don't care whether or not you know your kid has a weapon at school. I'm going to handle it myself. That's where I'm coming from. I have a right to feel that way, right?
McDrama Bear, the parents did not know he carried a knife to school.
That's not of my concern.
Okay, all right. So go ahead, man.
I was going to say, Drama Bear, you have to look at what is consistent. The kid has a 3.7 GPA. The particular part of Texas where the school is a upper middle class area.
Yes.
That is not relevant compared to, you would say, inner city in Baltimore, New York City, where there's more prevalence, more, you know what I'm saying, crime, low wages like that. This is not 100%. The norm, right?
I agree.
So this is where, again, it is hard to even say as a parent, like, oh, this is common, because that's not common.
That's exactly why I would be. I'm just telling you, me growing up.
Let me put it to you this way.
No, give him a minute. Dude, okay. Give him a minute, okay? Finish what you're going to say, man. We told you exactly what happened, okay? Kids do this shit all the time, okay? If you get caught with it, you get expelled, okay?
It's a one-off.
I understand. There's already been cases where the kids come to school, shoot it up, and the parents are being held responsible, right?
Okay. Depends on the state, okay? Depends on if the minor comes in with a weapon that they're not supposed to have, a legal weapon they're not supposed to have, parents are held responsible, okay?
Yes.
But it has to be a gun in the parents' name where they didn't store it properly, okay?
I'm not saying I want anyone to go to jail.
No. That has nothing to do with what we're saying, okay? Nothing, okay? Okay.
Well, I'm saying in my example, I'm not saying I would want the parents to quote unquote go to jail for this offense because I understand it. But what I'm just saying is I'm not seeing enough people being like, this was a school event and there shouldn't be any like.
Of course. He's an athlete. He knows this already, right?
No. Yeah, but I don't understand why there's even a question because there's so many people talking about he's getting the white people and he's getting the bad. It's like
it's called the press is doing it. The police are not. Okay.
Yes.
No, I agree with that. And YouTubers and stuff. That's why I'm kind of talking that.
Let me put it to you this BGS. I don't know if it's my headphones or something, but you sound kind of distant.
Oh yeah. The thing is, I don't understand. Do you have kids, McDrama Bear?
No, I don't have kids.
Okay. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, kids will blindside you.
Kids like a motherfucker.
They will blindside the hell out of you.
They do. They carry. But
I understand that.
My kids carry. My kids carry. When they were in elementary school, carry shit to school all the time that we had no clue about. Okay. My daughter used to hide her short ass clothes, right? Okay, in her backpack and go to school, change clothes in a little dress we told her not to wear, and change clothes and come back. Okay, and she was in elementary school. They do this shit all the time. Okay,
let me point this out.
I don't want anyone going. Yeah, go ahead, Charles. Sorry.
He's not.
Let me point this out.
The parents are not going to jail. Okay.
Let me point this out. One. Nobody's going to go to jail except the possible suspect. Well, the defendant now. He's not a suspect. He's a defendant for legal terms.
Yeah.
And there's a possibility he will, possibility he won't, but he will pay some type of penalty for the knife.
Yep. All day.
So that's without question. I was like I told people on Facebook, do I think $1 million bail was much? Yes, I do, especially for a first time offender.
Yeah, and you were right. Yeah.
And what happened? I predicted it. They were going to turn it down.
If he wasn't on school grounds, I say he probably wouldn't do any time. Okay, it's a fight between.
It would have been stand your ground.
Stand your ground. Whatever. He said, she said. Right. Saying, but you're gonna do time behind that knife being on campus.
You're gonna get something because of the knife. Because
and someone died.
Here's my shit.
Somebody died. Yeah.
Here's my shit. One, you're gonna pay a penance of some sort because one, you don't want to start the precedence of kids bringing knives to school. Do you know how much you need? What the length of a blade is to pierce your heart? 2 inches.
Yeah.
You just need 2 inch, a 2 inch blade. Here's the crazy part. Do I think a lot of this comes up because of teenage angst? Yes. Well, he shouldn't have to move. Why fucking argue?
Okay.
Why argue? And I tell people all the time, your mission as a young black man is to survive the encounter. If I have no question, if my kid had to be in a deadly force situation, I would want my kid to come back home.
You got that right.
Most pretty much think everybody else will say the same fucking thing.
Okay.
But
100%.
What's a big failure, and I noticed this especially in communities where you don't have to deal with much. Okay, you don't have to deal with the crime. You don't have to deal with the low testing rates, scoring rates. It's always this go hard nigga type attitude. You gotta be the hardest nigga since Tupac and Eazy-E. You gotta make Scarface look like a bitch. And I mean, you coming to bring that knife up there.
Yeah.
What tells me, of course, that tells me you had beef before.
Yep.
Could be.
You had beef. You had some type of beef before because you're not going to just bring a knife because you know goddamn well you're not stupid. You got damn near a 4.0. You're not a stupid kid.
This is the code of conduct for the Frisco ISD, Independent School District, right? What does it say? A razor, box cutter, chain, and after you in ways that actually threaten or inflicts bodily injury to another person, prohibited, right? Okay, no possession, right? Hand instrument designed to cut, stab another by being thrown, prohibited, right? Guess what? A pocket knife or any other small knife, okay, prohibited. Okay, on school grounds, prohibited.
You can't even have ammunition.
In a stadium, you can't even have glass bottles in that stadium. I read the stadium prohibited items. Okay.
If any, obviously, be just sure.
What does the state law say about students having knives?
Can't have them.
Can't have them.
In other words, you can have the knife, but not on where school grounds.
Hold on. I'm trying to let's be specific. Does
I'm going to answer your question.
Does the state law prohibit any form of knife on school grounds?
I'm going to answer your question. Number one, when it comes to laws, you can't undermine them, but you can supersede them. Yes, you can have a state law that says you could walk around with a knife, but that state law is also going to have certain exceptions like government buildings. What's a government building? School grounds. And stuff like that.
I understand that, and the state law should specifically say whether or not you can have a knife on the high school.
I think you can't. I think it says that.
Well,
that's why I read.
And then on top of that, the school policy.
I thought you read the policy though.
And also school policies.
I give up. I give up.
And when you do,
I'm saying
I give up.
The reason why I'm attempting, please let me. I'm trying to be specific.
Okay.
It's one thing for something to be a school policy.
Mm-hmm.
It's different from being a state law. A state law is going to bring more punitive action in this situation. You have policies, you might have a company or a business or a school that has a policy, has certain prohibitions. That's fine. But that's different from an actual state law that expressly prohibits on school ground. That's a much more severe criteria. That's a much more severe criteria and would be much more punitively asserted in a criminal case.
It's worse if you bring it to school. It's actually worse.
It's worse, but if it's not expressly prohibited by state law, then it's a different thing.
It's worse. It's worse on school grounds than in a prohibited area. It's worse.
Yes, because Uru, let's look at it from let's look at it from a different perspective, right? If
you guys are citing everything but the actual
but that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to cite Texas Penal Code 46.03. It states it right there. And don't forget that I used to live in Texas.
Go ahead, Uru. Go ahead, that's it.
Yeah, that's just the penal code for weapons. Places where weapons are prohibited is spelled out in Texas law on the Penal Code section 46.03. You can Google it. It's right there. Tells you schools,
as a matter of fact,
secondary schools.
As a matter of fact,
hey, let Dead Set finish what he's saying.
What's the citation?
Hey, let it finish. Okay.
I'm reading it verbatim. It states, and I'm just going to skip straight to the part. It says, schools or institutions is being where events are being conducted, or in passenger transportation vehicles like buses, post-secondary educational institutions, whether the school is post-secondary educational system, public, private, unless, and these are the exceptions, there's written regulations. This is like police officers and things like that. So we don't need to go down there. But yes, it's already been defined in state law.
Uru, I was going to say to piggyback off that.
Hold on. You said post-secondary. Post-secondary is after high school.
College. It's stated school or post-secondary education. Okay. Basically, they're covering. It's a catch-all.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're catching all of that stuff with their with the description.
Another post-secondary means you can't go on a college campus with one of these weapons. Okay.
Yes, now, and it doesn't matter whether it's public or private.
What was the citation code again?
Penal Code 46.03.
They will never ever, especially colleges are ultra liberal.
Yes.
You gotta have good reason. They even question me. They let me go with it, but they even question. And here's my thing. Mm-hmm. One, a lot of people look at these laws. Yes, your policies can supersede. Now, there's no school that's gonna risk you carrying a goddamn knife or weapon. They're trying to make that shit as weapon free as possible. Like, motherfuckers do not want another Columbine.
No.
It's bad enough you got this shit going on now with two guys who are not dummies. These aren't hoodlums. These are fucking AP students and shit.
No, Charles, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And we're going to finish playing the video because that's why I didn't want to play the video in the first place. I don't want to ask you to keep adjudicating this freaking case, okay?
Yeah.
No.
The video.
How would you react if you were a parent in the school? Like, what would your reaction be?
Well, I'm the worst person to ask because I'm kind of desensitized to a lot of violence.
I mean,
one.
Yeah.
And two, of course you're going to have like, oh my God. But because of my profession, I'm a little desensitized. You know,
let's say it's one of your friends or something.
Huh?
Let's say it's one of your son's friends or something.
It'll be a shock, and I will make sure my son's okay if he needs to talk. You know, like, hey, let me put it to you this way. My son boxed with a kid. The kid wasn't feeling so great after the sparring session and was rushed to the hospital and died. I've been there. I had to talk to my son. He felt down. He felt like he doesn't want to. I said, talk to the family, let them know. Family never bothers them. I've been through that situation, very similar. When you look at that shit, that's the difference between going to an urban environment versus a upper middle class environment. because you're kind of desensitized to the actions here. Yes, you're still going to have concern for somebody's kid and son. Yes, I'm not that, you know, demoralized from it, but there's something. It's always like if you see those shows like on Investigation Discovery, this murder rocked the town, and the town's only full of like 600 people at best.
Okay.
It's a lot different than being in Baltimore, LA, or New York, where you like this shit happens every day. B.
Let me holler at PK for a second. PK, show me the school where they allow guns and knives on campus. Okay.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Show me one.
Okay. I was gonna say this.
Where
If
you
you
guys
get,
get this shit from, man?
yeah, like I mean,
even in
if
Florida, they
you
don't allow that shit. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, just look at the 80s and 90s when violence was crazy. I mean, what makes you think was socially acceptable back then and acceptable now? And the thing I was trying to point out with what Brother Uru was that you got to think about it. If it's state funded, there are going to be crossovers where the state is going to protect all interest.
Exactly.
No, PK, show me where knives and guns or any size are allowed on school property anywhere in this country, please.
I don't know where you get that shit from.
Yeah.
I don't either. Well, it's the South. The Texas is the South last time I heard, right? Texas is probably the most gun crazy state in the union, okay?
Hell yeah.
We just read you this shit. Come on. You know, let me finish playing the video because I don't want to adjudicate this stuff anymore because it don't make no sense. We just read you this shit, okay?
Look, I'm just gonna
It's not like I haven't investigated this shit for almost 20 years. You know, I may not have letters in front of my name like some. Well, I kind of do.
There, I
But
put the law in the chat.
I'm not giving you shit that I have not investigated. Put it to you that way. You literally have some motherfucker who investigated a guy getting shot 6 times with a 357 Magnum.
I mean, you want to go to a fucking school in a nice district where you don't have to walk through fucking metal detectors like you do in fucking Dallas.
That's what I'm saying. That's been my whole point.
They have metal detectors in schools in fucking Dallas. So that tells you no weapons are allowed. Okay.
Yeah, I went through that shit in the 90s. Like,
I'm gonna just tell you, like a lot of
Jesus Christ.
Even the schools that allow archery or some type of shooting,
yeah,
those motherfucking guns and those arrows are very well accounted for.
Yes, they are.
Okay,
Yeah.
they are very well accounted for, and you're gonna have a chief range officer who's armed, which I'm one of them. I'm a chief range officer. If you look like you're gonna turn that shit, I'm gonna put 5 in your ass. And guess what? Guess what you're gonna do? Your parents are gonna sign. You're gonna sign. If they do this, your fucking kid is Swiss cheese. They're gonna be at least 1 chief range officer and 2 range officers with them, in case some kid tries to. If you have that ritzy school that allows archery or some type of shit, somebody's gonna be armed to be responsible.
What is it about black folks, man? When you read the law to them, they still will not accept that shit. What's going on with them, man? Jesus,
you like it in the video, BJ.
You like to imagine shit.
Christ.
It's the fact
play
that
the video. Go ahead. Would you allow your kid to go to school where there's knives and guns allowed on fucking campus with kids?
I would trip. I would literally trip, dude. Like if they came back and I heard that we're getting shut down. It just happened. I live close to Redondo where they brought a gun. The school was shut down for a week.
For a week.
What the hell happened? They just shut it down.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Well, you're talking about California, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
okay. California is a different.
California is super anti-gun.
Anti-gun. Yeah. What I'm saying is, when people said the knife was actually allowed and he was allowed to carry it, I just went and looked up the statutes. Okay, I went up look up the prohibited code in sporting events. Okay, which is in Texas, you cannot carry that shit in. Okay,
there's no school. There's no school who's going to risk that fucking shit in a lawsuit to do that. I'm sorry.
Well, I read through the law. I mean, I think there's a caveat here in that the prohibition related to knives specifically qualifies a location restricted knife. And by definition of location restricted knife, that's a knife that is longer than 5.5
Yes.
inches long.
Yes.
But we don't know We don't know if the knife that that Carmelo used.
It doesn't matter.
It
Okay.
does. It does.
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna explain this.
With respect to
No, it
whether or
doesn't.
not.
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna explain this real quick.
With respect to whether or not it is a violation of state
It was.
It does.
I'm gonna explain this, right?
It says in the code here.
I'm gonna explain this, right? No school is gonna allow any brandishing of a weapon of any type. They get very specific, like your baseball bats.
Yeah,
are
they said
highly
weapons.
watched.
Yeah, baseball.
Your baseball bats, your golf clubs, anything that could be viewed as a weapon is highly, scrutinized.
I am not arguing. I am not
even your knife. You can't carry a
about
damn knife
whether
anywhere
or not
on school
a
property.
school would prohibit certain things being brought on the campus. What I'm questioning is whether or not that act is a violation of state law. And it would appear, based on the code,
Yes, it's a violation. You cannot. I'm going to explain this. I'm going to explain this, right? I just read the state law. I just read the state law. I'm going to tell you, you can't bring a goddamn knife of any size on school property, school events.
That's not what it's saying here. That is not.
You're not. I just read it. It says none of.
All right.
You
Hey.
can't.
We're not gonna argue this shit no more. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna argue it now because I'm being.
No, hey, wait. I'll give you a minute to finish your argument. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I'll do. You know how I'll do that? I'll actually read the fucking law.
Read it.
Section 46.03 places weapons prohibited. A person commits an offense if that person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly possesses or goes with a firearm, location restricted knife, club, or prohibited weapon listed in section 46.05A. 1. On the premises of a school, post-secondary education institution, or on the grounds or building owned by and under the control of a school or post-secondary educational institution on which an activity sponsored by the school or institution is being conducted, or in a passenger transportation vehicle of a school or post-secondary educational institution, whether the school or post-secondary educational institution is public or private. The important term there is location restricted knife.
Or prohibited weapons. Okay. Prohibited.
Yeah. But a location restricted knife.
No. Prohibited weapons. It has to be spelled out in what? And during the school bylaws.
Uru, can I say this?
Location, Uru. The location is anything that's a school function.
Yes, it's
that
sponsored.
that function is looked at as no differently under the law as a day if you're going to sit your ass in class or you're competing.
Yeah, or
you cannot carry weapons. You cannot carry weapons in that school.
If you're going on a field trip, anything that is sponsored by the state within school grounds, you are prohibited.
Yes.
That's why I said earlier, there's no state that's not going to protect its interest if it's collecting taxpayer dollars.
No, you're getting. See, here's the problem. This is why I like to put shit in common words. The knife size you can carry is 5.5. Just like you can carry weapons with a permit in Maryland, but there's restrictive shit. I can't go to a federal building, with the exception of the VA, and put my weapon up and show them my ID. And I have to go directly to the police office and lock my gun up at the VA hospital.
I mean,
I have to go to court, show them my ID, and lock my weapon up, even if I have a court.
Same thing here, Charles.
There's restrictions on people who are law enforcement or former law enforcement. If I'm not in uniform or I'm former law enforcement, I have to lock that shit up.
Yeah. Courtroom.
You got to remember, there are certain things you cannot do. Even if you are under a certain banner, that kid, if he wanted to walk the streets outside the arena, he was clear.
Yes.
But once you go inside and you're participating as a representative, as a student athlete on that property, you are subjected to that shit.
Yeah, it's a no-go.
It's a no-go.
It is a no-go.
And
Okay.
even in Texas, all the school has to do is sponsor the event. So
Yes.
that is a
It's like a
moving
prom.
location. Yeah, it's a moving
like
location.
prom. You can't bring weapons to prom.
Let me finish playing the video. I don't, that's why I said I actually didn't really want to play this, right? Because I knew this shit was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
I knew this shit was. I have no idea what size the knife that kid had. Zero. Okay. Nothing. Okay.
And notice they're not talking about it either.
That's why I read the.
It's because it's legal in Texas, sir. It's legal to carry knives, swords, or whatever. We passed that 3 years ago. I done told y'all.
In Texas, but not where.
Not on school grounds. We already that's understood.
Exactly.
He's getting charged with that. He's getting charged with that.
Let me finish playing the video, okay? Let me just
go ahead.
Playing the video because I don't feel like arguing about this shit no more. That's why I don't even like talking about it, okay? Because everybody's throwing around stuff. We have no idea what the fuck happened on that day, okay? Even down to the goddamn tents. There wasn't no tents. Yes, there. Anyway, let me go. Let me keep going, okay?
And that would, if the jury went for that, brings it down to second-degree murder or manslaughter. The state of Texas may call that something else, but essentially that would be what is at common law. Second-degree murder is the commission of a homicide in the heat of passion induced by provocation that caused the defendant to act in an irrational fashion. Manslaughter is the commission of a homicide upon passion induced by provocation that would cause an ordinary and reasonable person to act irrationally. And there is the difference, that reasonable person, ordinary person versus the defendant himself with his peculiarities and individual nature. In other words, if you can convince a jury that under the circumstances that exist in this case, that they would likely act in an irrational fashion and commit the homicide, then you've got a good manslaughter chance here. If you show that the defendant, through his particular circumstances, which the jury might not identify with, but might recognize, then you've got a second-degree murder case. But here, from what I've heard on the facts, assuming there's any validity to them, that's probable cause to charge first-degree murder, where the homicide was committed with supposed, well, in a lot of states, it would be called premeditation. In other words, you thought about it and you planned it out.
So, but that's the thing. In what regard would it have been planned out? Because they didn't know each other.
Well, then that's contrary to what's going on, because the reports I've been seeing are that they had a prior situation. So that would make
and that's what I'm saying with, see, the police and the DA office have not released any official evidence, right? So that was speculation. Because let me just say this, because what's coming out now is they did not know each other prior to being under the tent. And when he went under the tent, because it was raining, so he went under there for shelter, that's when Austin said, get out of here, basically. Don't sit under this tent. And that's when
if he said that, there may be some basis to it. In other words, that belonged to that team, not the other one. So you don't go to this high school, you need to leave. So if it went from there, fine, but he still got the problem with having the knife.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he perceive that he needed protection at a track meet?
I don't know.
There you go.
Okay, so
now see, the other thing is if he alleges self-defense, the state's going to have to prove that he did not act in self-defense in a lot of places. Some states, self-defense becomes an affirmative defense. You have to prove that to the jury and put on proof. You don't necessarily have to take the stand, but you have to raise the issue. And if the state removes it, you get caught up with explaining yourself. How do you claim self-defense on this? In other words, the assault thing, putting a person in a state of apprehension that an unpermitted touching is going to occur. In this case, before you're entitled to use deadly force against another human, you have to have a reasonable anticipation that deadly force is going to be used against you, such that you would be in jeopardy of suffering death or serious bodily injury or serious bodily harm or great injury, et cetera, depending upon how the state defines it.
Anthony has been released from the Collin County Jail after posting bond. A judge reduced his bond this morning from $1 million to $250,000. He's facing a murder charge after police say he stabbed another teenager, Austin Metcalf, while at a track meet at a Frisco high school. Stephen Dial is in McKinney with more. Stephen.
Carmelo Anthony left the Collin County Jail in a suit, but had nothing to say to the reporters before he got into that vehicle. The district court judge says that she looked at all the factors in this case, him not having a criminal history, and that led to her making her decision to reduce his bond. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony was silent after bonding out of the Collin County Jail and being placed on house arrest.
How is this self-defense?
2 days after the family of Austin Metcalf buried their son, they were at the Collin County Courthouse for a bond reduction hearing Monday. Carmelo Anthony is accused of stabbing and killing Metcalf at a Frisco track meet earlier this month. The case has quickly become national news, drawing a lot of attention, resulting in threats and increased security at the courthouse.
Threats and, talk of race war and all kinds of insanity isn't good for, obviously, the Anthony family. It's not good for the Metcalf family.
Cameras were not allowed inside the courtroom, but we did capture the Anthony family arriving. His father, Andrew, testified in the hearing. District Court Judge Angela Tucker said that she's never gotten this volume of calls and had to have this level of security in the courtroom in her 13 years on the bench. Court documents say Anthony stabbed Metcalf during a fight. When an officer arrived, court documents say Anthony told the officer, "I was protecting myself." Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis spoke after the hearing.
The judge has made the call, and so what's important is what's next, and it's our job to be level-headed, to be fact-based, and to follow the truth wherever it leads.
Anthony's father testified he's taking a leave from work because of the incident, and his wife is a stay-at-home mother with 3 other children. During the hearing, the prosecution brought up the fact that more than $400,000 have been raised for the Anthony family, saying a reduction is not needed because they have the funds. A big question in this case will be, why did Anthony bring a weapon to a high school stadium? It's a question that was asked of his attorney.
That's an understandable question, but it's not something that, frankly, we're prepared to even go into.
Now, in the opening statement to the media from that interview that you just heard, he led with talking about self-defense. Again, the court documents mention self-defense. We'll have to wait and see how that defense will be made in court when things pan out. Now, according to the judge, the terms of the bond are house arrest and ankle monitor. She told him to stay off social media, and he has to personally call her bailiff every Friday morning, not his parents, but him. And there's a list of other things that is set. And if he violates that, he'll return to the Collin County Jail.
You should have put an ankle bracelet on him.
They did.
Okay. The thing here is this. He's the one that shot his mouth off and said, "I defended myself." But you see, that's the lay idea of, I had a right to do that. No, you don't. You have a right to fist fights. I mean, if all you're going to take is a physical beating that is not going to be life-threatening, even if you're going to take that beating, you don't have any justification for using deadly force to resist it. It's just, you got your butt beat, plain and simple. But if all you're facing is getting your behind whipped, you can't kill somebody under those circumstances, because it must be something that causes a reasonable belief that you are in danger of suffering death or serious bodily injury, which is not a split lip, black eye, or bruises. It has to be a life-threatening injury. Mm-hmm. And that's not likely to happen between 17-year-olds in an unarmed fist fight. Not without some particular circumstances. Actually, it looks worse now that you tell me they were not acquainted with each other, because he, unlike the previous tales, would have no reason to think this particular individual was going to do him harm. And all that's going on is, by the way, evicting somebody in a trespass situation. And believe me, under the law, when somebody's trespassing, you can lay hands on them to eject them.
Well, he wasn't trespassing.
Well, yes, he was in this tent. I saw the video for the tent, and it's
but you can't.
It's on the other team.
But no. When I say he wasn't trespassing, it's not against the law, or it's not against any type of policy that you can't go under another school tent.
Well,
he wasn't trespassing because there's no policy or prohibiting you from doing that, one, and then two, it was raining, so you dash under for shelter. So that's
what you get wet. Otherwise, but you see, it is trespassing if somebody tells you. You do not have license nor invitation to be up under here. This is reserved for people in a certain category. You have to leave. You've been advised that you no longer have an invitation or entitlement to be there. You have to leave. If you don't, you're in a condition of trespass.
Oh, if that's the case, Austin McCaff did not have a right to tell him that because he was not the authority. He was not a school official. He didn't pay for that tent to be there. He wasn't a sponsor. So
he doesn't have to be.
He didn't have the authority to do that.
He could have had it designated. When I went to school,
he was not.
When I went to school, they had hallway monitors. And hallway monitors were students. And we could say, you need to show a pass if you're out here. Otherwise, you need.
He wasn't a monitor.
He doesn't know that. The actor who is charged says he told me I had to leave. He has to show that or have from the proof.
Rival.
Listen to me. It is because when somebody tells you you should not be in here, you have no business in here, you'll have to leave. If he's going to rely on the whole line of logic that he's got, he's going to have to lay it out. I knew he had no authority. How does he know that? He can't show that.
He was a student.
Have to get up. He can't show it. And the other person is simply claiming it on behalf of the school. In other words, if you're a student and a trespasser walks through the front door of the public school, but they're not a student, but they're at student age, the students, anybody else can inquire and say, why are you in here?
Okay, they can inquire, but you cannot. Wait, but you cannot direct or put hands.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
All of this stuff comes in, but no, you don't.
He's telling the judge.
That's just something that somebody has on as a
judge sound crazy as hell right here.
So you have
No, it doesn't.
security. That does not deprive anybody of the authority to demand the person explain why.
Okay, say you're at a park, right? And you sitting at park benches, you throwing a picnic, right? Okay. Is somebody allowed to come in and sit in the middle of your picnic?
Yes and no. I mean, well, it depends. Have you officially rented?
No. No, if Charles, okay, if I'm throwing a picnic, right, okay, and we have set up tables for our picnic, right, okay, and somebody we don't know or we like comes in the middle of our picnic, are we allowed to eject him from our party?
I would say yes. I'm in law enforcement. I would say yes.
I mean, this was a
no. Hold on.
This was a school sponsored
at
event.
a reasonable time and a reasonable place if you have a picnic, especially if you have like a lot of places you need a permit depending on the size of it.
Okay.
Now, if you have,
can we focus?
Hold on. Let him finish, okay?
Now, if you have an event like the track thing, a lot of people, if it's an emergency flash frame, a lot of people are running for cover, which is not uncommon. The kid didn't want him there. The kid has no authority.
Okay.
Now, if it was somebody like a coach or something, notice the coaches didn't say shit.
Right.
Because they were probably scared. There were probably kids scattered everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, if it's not a coach, because most coaches are not going to take shit out if it's something the kids can't help. Now, the kid telling him something was something that the kid did on his own volition. Mm-hmm. He was not acting as a school official. He was not acting as an official of the team. He did it on his own. He doesn't have the authority to omit and omit somebody from a fucking area.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, he doesn't have the authority to say, you got to get out the tent. Now, if it would have been an official of the team, that might be different. But since, do we have people from other schools there?
Yes.
That would be another question.
Yeah.
If other people from other schools were there, and once you find out, this is the reason why a lot of the circumstantial evidence is going to be very important in this case. Because all the circumstantial evidence does point out that these kids had prior knowledge of each other. And that's what made him say that directly to him and nobody else who wasn't a part of the team.
Well, wait a minute. The judge just said here that apparently they did not know each other. Didn't the judge?
No,
We
no,
don't.
that was
We,
based.
all right. Let me explain this. This is speculation because we don't have anything concrete
That
yet.
was that was based off Dana, the female.
Yeah,
Stating that
the report is they don't know. They didn't know each other, but there's other reports that say they did. We don't know. Okay?
Because once they finish their investigation, that's the reason why investigations take so goddamn painstakingly long. If there is any information that these two people have prior information, whether via the internet, via parties, or whatnot, it's not that big of a town where you don't know.
Yep.
It's not like you're not in Baltimore, you're not in LA or New York or Chicago or Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, like the judge said, this shit happens all the time with teams and teammates. Okay, if you're in an opposing team's bench or area, they're gonna push you out. Okay.
It's normal to push out, but if it's an emergency, people let you stay as long as you're not causing any shit.
If they go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say this is the thing that we've discussed. This meet everyone knows about.
Yes, it's a district meet, so everybody's there.
Yeah, everybody's there.
Everybody's there, and everybody has a tent.
Well,
Yeah.
let me ask this question. If it was such a problem for Carmelo to be in the tent, why didn't any of the school's track members push him out of the area? Why did the football player who's not on the track team come from someplace else to move him out of the area?
We don't know that. We don't know that. One time. We don't know that.
We don't know
exactly. But thank you. You are making my point. But yet we're making a lot of presumptions about Carmelo's behavior and character and motives. But now we don't know why the football player who was not on the track team came from someplace else.
On the track team, sir. Stop saying that.
How do you know? How do you know he wasn't on the track team?
Him and his brother were on the track team to get faster. His mother stated that.
So they were participating in the track event. The brothers were participating in the track event.
Even if you don't participate, right? If you're part of the team, you're there with the team. Okay.
Yeah. And here's my thing, right? And I'm gonna say this, from an investigative standpoint, everything's still in the preliminary stages.
Yes.
Now let's get this out there.
Yeah.
I've done the shit that you read, and I'm gonna explain this. A lot of motherfuckers should be happy of this Black Manosphere face because y'all getting expert analysis from people who's been boots on the ground. Number one, the only report you're gonna get is the preliminary report. And the preliminary report is gonna be very vague purposely.
Yes.
Why? Because they don't want any interference or nonsense while conducting that investigation. The supplements are what people cannot get a hold of because those are what we're finding. For example, one officer is going to go with the remains of whoever the kid is. I forget the kid's name. Another officer is going to go with Carmelo.
Yeah.
Those two secondary officers are going to retrieve the clothing off of the remains of the other guy and him because there's physical evidence on both. They're going to write two different supplements. There's another guy who's going to take the witnesses, and you might have about 10 other officers because it's such a large crowd. They're going to separate people who were right there in the vicinity, and they're going to separate each one of these people so they don't end up telling the same goddamn story and they see things from their perspective.
Yeah.
They're going to write a supplement of the transportation. Then the detectives who are going to be questioning the individuals are going to write their supplements. There's going to be so much paperwork of the following. It's going to have the same CC number or report number, but it's going to have a continuation of each. So right now, we're still in the preliminaries because guess what? Go ahead.
This is going to be as big as the OJ trial. I'm telling you.
Is it true that that Austin posted pictures with him with guns?
I did see that. Yeah,
they've seen it, but
that matters a lot. That matters a lot.
Why? They've seen it, but guess what? Is it illegal is it uncommon for the culture of kids posing with guns in Texas? Is it part of the culture?
Well, no.
Remember,
But,
can I just say this?
From what I heard, he was saying some racial things or don't come to the game or
But
something.
Drama Bear, did he carry a gun onto school property?
No, I'm not. I'm already on your side with this. I'm not necessarily arguing that,
So
that he was wrong.
regardless of what he does outside of the school area is
not the one that committed the
relevant. Okay.
I mean,
And you got to remember this. You got to remember this.
Now, do you think Carmelo would have pulled the knife if he knew that Anthony had a gun?
Well, no.
And you got to know. You got to also realize this.
You guys got a minute each. I'm gonna finish playing this goddamn video because this kind of shit gives me a fucking headache because everybody's conjecture. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say this, man. I think when we look at this, we've discussed this on previous channels, right? And when you look at this entire case, at the end of the day, we knew that these kids, they knew they all had a track meet. They knew who their rivals are.
Yes.
They knew who they have contentions with.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Just because we have a weather storm, blah, blah, doesn't matter. If the fact that the child asks the coach, can I go to this particular tent?
Yes.
That is going to raise so many questions because it's like
it might. It might.
Because that's
we don't
possible.
know.
That's possible.
Depending
on the prosecution, that could be potentially premeditation.
He said he asked for permission. The coach hasn't. We haven't heard from the coach.
Yes,
and he's
we're going by what his statements are, right? So
that's all we know is he said he had permission to sit there. That's all we know. Okay, we don't know.
Right there, I tell people, I'm going to say this in my professional opinion because I think I might have one. Take everything you hear from any of this shit right now with a grain of goddamn salt.
Yeah.
Because what you think you know, you have no fucking idea when it comes to investigation. You'll be like, holy shit.
But what did the judge say? What did the judge say? His basic question is: no matter what else it is, no matter what
why do you have a knife?
Why do you have a knife at a school event? That's his main question.
That's going to be the main thing that's going to be hammered.
You're going to have a really good answer why you carry it. Let me finish, Uru. Let me finish, okay? And I will let you talk, okay?
You barely, but go ahead.
No, I have let you talk quite a bit.
Okay? No, you really have not.
Yes,
you've actually made a point to repeat.
Hold on, fellas.
Go ahead.
Hold on, fellas. Let's finish this up real quick, fellas.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is, what the judges. That's why I'm playing a judge saying from his point of view what his concerns will be. To anybody else that could give a shit about it. It's the only reason I'm playing it. Okay, because he's a judge. Okay, because really, I hear so many rumors and conjectures and false information put out there. To me, this is kid shit. Okay, this kid shit happens all the fucking time. Okay, the only difference is it's a white kid and a black kid. That's the only difference. Okay, in my opinion, it's all middle class crash. Because my nephews and shit like that in Texas go through this shit all the fucking time. So, you got a minute? Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to reinforce a prior point I made, and that is, and I posted in the back chat the link to the statute and all the references to the knife. All the reference to any prohibition of knife use refers specifically to a location restricted knife, which is greater than 5.5 inches long. So we don't even know if that knife, whatever was used, was actually an illegal knife for the purposes of being on the campus. Now, whether it should be on the campus by the policy of the school, probably not. They probably don't want any knives of any kind on the campus. But that's different from whether or not that's a violation of state law. Okay. And that's going to be a relevant. That's going to be a relevant issue in any criminal.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
And the other thing is, I think it's really interesting. The A student to several jobs working, but yet this guy is running around with knives trying to stab folks. This profile don't work for me at all. So, and because it don't work for me at all regarding this guy by default being some criminal, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Hold
All right.
BJ, my interest.
No. Who's first? And we'll give you a minute.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
Give it. Go ahead. You got it,
It's
James.
me. It's
Got a
me.
minute.
Okay, so I'm going to counter argument with Black Guru. Okay, we'll say okay. We go with what your synopsis is in regards to the knife. The fact that the knife was used as a weapon, that vilifies everything. Everything until that knife was used, I get what you're saying. But once that knife was used, everything comes in full play. That is the number one thing that is, as we've mentioned before, why that is going to precipitate the fact that they're going to say, why'd you bring it in? Because obviously you use it for deadly force. And someone died. So regardless of whether the knife was, how long it was, or da-da-da, if it's used for deadly force and someone has huge bodily injuries, that's it. Everything rolls over and kicks in. That's all I have to say.
I will put it. I will put it on the screen because he asked me to put it on the screen. Okay. School policy overrides all this shit. Stadium policy overrides all that shit. Okay.
And the state law says you cannot bring weapons, knives, no matter what size, into schools. Those are restricted areas.
That is not what the state law says, Charles.
The state's law. I just read it. You cannot bring any knife.
Uru, please.
You cannot. I just read it. You can't bring any knives onto school property.
Can
That's
you
restricted.
read the
That's restricted.
Uru, let him finish.
You are not bringing any of these damn knives on these school weapons. I mean, when those.
Okay, where you want me to read? Section 3. Is that it? Where you want me to read?
Are you talking to me or?
Yes, I have it on screen for a reason. No, what I'm saying, he's finished speaking.
Okay.
I asked you where you want me to read.
I was just speaking because I was looking at the thing. When you look at prohibited weapons in certain areas, remember, you can't bring knives of any size into a courthouse, can you?
No.
You can't do it on a school property or a school function. You can't bring them into a government building. Restricted areas.
Yeah.
The length is for you to. The length is just like for you to. It's no different than you carrying a firearm. Yeah, you can carry the firearm in open areas, but you can't. But there's restrictions.
Where do you want me to read?
Go to. Well, first of all, you have to define what a location restricted knife.
We know what it is. Where do you want me to read?
So start from read 46.03a.
See if I scroll up. 46.
It's about the top third of the
46.03.
Yeah, 46.03, and then there's a subsection
02. 03A. Okay, is A?
So read A.
A person commits an offense if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly possesses or goes with a firearm, location, restrictive knife, club, or prohibited evidence listed in section 4.605. Okay.
Okay. All right. Now pause.
Okay.
The prohibition specifically refers to the type of knife. It does not say expressly that no knife of any type can be on the premises. It says a location restricted knife. And the code defines a location restricted knife. If you go up towards the top in the definition section, it defines what a location restricted knife is. So if you scroll up
Okay. Hold on. It said on the premises of a school or post-secondary educational institution or any grounds or building owned by under the control of school or post-secondary educational institution on which activity sponsored by the school or institution is being conducted or passing and transportation of. Okay. Pursuant to written regulations or written authorizations of the school or institution. Right.
Yes.
In other words, that tells you that anything. Hold on. Okay. Anything. And anything you can do this outside of anything except for this Section 8. If you're going to have anything, the school has a right to actually regulate whatever goes inside the school. In other words, they have authorization. That's what it says.
It is in reference to firearms, location restricted knife,
no,
anything, prohibited weapons.
Anything.
It specifically prohibits those items. Those items being at
you know what that law just said.
That's why it's specific. That's why it specifically says
that's not what
location restricted.
You know what that law just said?
No.
That law just gave the school even more rights, more rights to reinforce that you cannot bring. If the school says no, if the school has a policy,
if the school says no,
no,
it overrides. It overrides.
The state just gave the state that law has given the state what? It actually gave it autonomy to say, do we allow this or not? And what their policy states, no.
I am not arguing what the school can or cannot prohibit. I am saying that a knife that is below 5.5 inches is not illegal based on the statute.
No, the statute also say of any weapon, okay? You have to have permission, even if it's location restricted, a non-restricted knife, right? You have to have permission of the school to bring it on campus. That's what Section 8 says.
That's basically what they said. The state has its own autonomy when it comes to the school system. Matter of fact, there are certain school systems in this country where the school police can't even be in the school while armed.
Well, I think it's interesting legal because what I think Uru might be saying is that small knife, quote unquote, a weapon?
It does not matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Make drama there. What it's saying is, no matter what it is, okay, the exception to that law is it has to be under the permission of the school prohibitive items.
In other words,
I understand. It's just interesting legally that maybe his defense is going to say this isn't a weapon.
I'm gonna finish playing the video and we gonna drop this, man, because I am tired of it. God damn,
it's ridiculous.
God damn.
What I think
think it's interesting y'all trying to hog
No, we're not.
We just skipping past state law and everything.
No, it happens all the time.
Guru, can we just let me give you a critical example, and Charles has mentioned this. Just like Charles talked about when we do investigations, right? Whether it's internally, whatever, the scope is large, right? The state has a particular scope. Now the school has a wider scope to reinforce what the state is applying on the stature.
Yes.
So therefore, the state is giving the school all probable cause to say, what do you want to add? It's like adding an amendment. What would you like to add on to reinforce what our beliefs are within the state?
As a matter of fact, they put that clause in there for school officials to supersede
the law.
Because are there sometimes you're going to have bladed objects on a field? Yes. But those bladed objects are going to be regulated through the school. And I know goddamn well, was he given permission by any school official to bring the knife there?
Or just like a cafeteria worker, right? Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna have.
Okay. Sometimes they're gonna have knives longer than 5.5 inches, right? Okay, because
it's gonna be regulated.
It's gonna be regulated by it's allowed by the school system. Okay,
and it's gonna be highly accounted for.
Yes.
Just like it. Guess what?
In prison,
we got my man dead set. Yeah. We got my man dead set.
Mm-hmm.
What happened if you missing one round and you're 210?
You better find that motherfucker.
Shit.
Exactly.
Get your ass kicked.
You get your ass kicked because guess what? Every round is what? Accounted for. Now, this is the part where I'm going to say this once again. Professional opinion. if the motherfucker was off school grounds and he got attacked and he shanked that motherfucker, nope, I wouldn't tell you shit. You fucked around, and found out.
Yes.
But when you on school grounds, going into enemy territory, you start raising eyebrows.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't believe no kid should tell another kid go, even though rivalries happen.
Or put your hands on anybody.
Put their hands on anybody.
Yeah.
Well, but then you open up many things, because sometimes I say this to people. My son boxes. My son literally put grown men to sleep. I have to tone him down from being arrogant, because people are going to fear you for your elevated fighting skills.
Yeah.
Because they can't physically take you, they're going to bring a knife or a gun, and you got to be cognizant to walk the fuck away.
And then if you're a trained boxer, your hands are registered. If you get
this is how it really legally is.
Get a person that's unskilled, and that person dies, you got a problem, dude.
This is how it reasonably is. If you're in a combat sport or a martial art, you have an elevated fighting skill or system.
Yeah.
You know how to apply maximum damage in the smallest, most effective way. Basically, that's how the law works.
Yeah.
Yes.
Meaning you're trained to do something the average human being can't.
Yeah. Yes.
Your hands, even though they're not registered, which is what it is, you're going to be charged as an aggravated assault. Because your hands are. It's not common, but aggravated. It's no different you using a weapon.
Yeah.
I key in the Google. Do kids carry knives to school in Texas? I get this AI overview. In Texas, it is generally prohibited for students to carry knives with blades longer than 5.5 inches onto school property or school events. These are considered, quote, location restricted knives, end quote, and their possession in such locations is a misdemeanor offense. Knives with blades shorter than 5.5 inches are not restricted in this way, but schools may still have their own policies regarding knives.
That's why we read use the statute.
And
they
their
have,
policy.
They have a right to
but
school.
Is that law? Is that policy?
It supersedes the goddamn state law, sir.
That's not what it says here. That's not what it says here.
We
That's not what it says here.
We just read it to you.
They can enforce.
We just read it to you.
They can enforce a policy.
We just read it to you.
But are you violating?
We just read it
law?
to you. You did violate state law. You did.
Can you ask ChatGPT that question?
Because if you violate state law, it wouldn't be that restriction on it.
Now, I'm going to explain this. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to explain this, right?
All right.
I'm going to explain this real quick. There are certain laws that you can supersede in special locations and events. For example, can a cop carry anywhere in the United States? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Yes.
No, that's going to vary state to state.
Yes. HR dash.
Oh yeah, you can.
HR, what is it? 20. HR dash 20. What is it? 2022? I forget the actual HR. Yes, Bush signed it into law where you could carry it in any
you
state.
can carry in any building, any federal, state.
No.
Now, listen to what I'm saying. Meaning, you could go state to state as active retired law enforcement, sometimes just former. But here's the caveat.
Okay.
That federal building, that school building, if they know me and they know what I did, I would have to have permission of that administrator or that principal.
Yes.
Most times if they know me personally, they're gonna say yes. Other cops may not get that. In that school, the school may say this may not be illegal on the street for you to carry, but in this motherfucker, we reign supreme. Where they gave us that little clause. That's the main thing about that little clause we read.
Yes.
That little clause gave them permission to supersede state law.
Yes.
In their discretion. No fucking administrator is going to allow a goddamn student when you already have school shootings, school fights.
Yeah,
Nobody wants that on their fucking watch. So
it's
you
the
have to
whole
minimize that.
the whole district has a blanket policy, okay, and they had location restricted knives and also pocket knives of any cutting instrument of any situation, okay, all of it, okay, all of it. That's why I read it to you.
I mean, it's just basic law. I mean, this is why they have amendments. This is
Yeah.
why things can be
Okay.
adjusted over time, Uru. It's
Exactly.
just like in financial accounting, right? You had XYZ, and then we had the financial crime. What did they do? They had the Chris Dodd Act. We're going to revamp and this is what we see. It is no different from
And by
school
the way,
policy.
it's HR-218 Leosa.
Okay.
When you hear the word Leosa, that means that's the National Police Concurrence.
Now we're gonna play this straight through. We're gonna get out of here, man, because I've been sitting here in this chair for over 3 hours. Didn't I tell you guys that's why I didn't want to play this? Didn't I tell you that's why I didn't want to play this shit? Okay, that's why I didn't want to play it. Okay, but I said we're gonna play this and we're gonna get through with it to see what the judge says. And guess what? 2 hours later, we're still playing it, right? Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's why. So I don't even want to talk about it till all the evidence comes out. I really don't want to even talk about it. Okay.
They are there if they themselves have a legal status or a permitted status. In other words, if you're in some place and you have the license or the invitation to be there, you may inquire of a stranger what they are doing there. And you see, one thing that people made a big mistake on, and recently, big mistakes, is that they think that, so what if I'm trespassing? He doesn't have the authority to move me. He has to call the police. A person who is announcing trespass, if he does so, and he is not out of line doing it, and somebody violates the trespass, he may do it at his own peril, but he can lay hands on somebody and eject them. And the point is,
he can.
You can. In other words, you can toss the person out through the door, out through the portal, out into the streets, lay hands on them and eject them, shove them, grab them, yank them, remove them. You see, if somebody is trespassing, that is not.
But he was not trespassing.
He is. He had. In other words, let's take your line. We have all of these other things because of security measures and because of the fact that there may be a fight or violence that occurs. That's on the upswing. So you have a student in the wrong place. He's being advised this is some area that is reserved for school A. You belong to school B. When I went to high school, we couldn't have night football games in the Southern League in Los Angeles because there were so many fights and so much disorder. So we had a concern with public safety. You did not have members of the opposite team going over to the other side. And this is 60 years ago, more than 60 years ago. So it ain't nothing new. And it just didn't happen because you wanted to keep down the violence. So you have one student coming over to the other side. I want to get in out of the ring. Well, maybe the other kid was wrong. Maybe he laid hands upon him, but no how, no way does he exercising this apparent authority, this laying upon of hands, or even battering him by doing an unpermitted touching. No how, no way does that justify somebody using deadly force on him. The law is kind of a slam dunk. It's been the law for the last 1,000 years. So, or developing to where it is now for the last 1,000 years, and for the last 100 or so, it's been consistent. If somebody lays hands on you, you may resist. If you use deadly force against them and all they did was to lay hands on you, you better good damn well be able to prove sufficient disparate force that you are likely to be killed or suffer life-threatening injury. Now, the problem is this kid ran his mouth off and said, I was defending myself. So the defense is going to have to show, maybe, or the prosecution is going to have to show that it did not have a situation where this kid was in danger of suffering death or life-threatening injury. All right? And he's not going to be able to do that. He stabbed the boy in the chest. He shot his mouth off before they had a chance to question him. It's called a spontaneous utterance, which is admissible. And he said, I was defending myself. At that point, he sets the stage. They, the prosecution being they, can use that statement in evidence against the defendant. Now the defendant has to claim self-defense, and the question becomes, what about the situation caused him to have a reasonable belief that he was going to suffer death or serious bodily injury, which translated comes into life-threatening injuries? So what about that situation caused him to have that development? And since he did not have that, he can't show that unless he's going to show some particular circumstances, and it's not going to wash, because if he tries to introduce through people his weight without him testifying, it's going to be, okay, so what? Are you not aware that the defendant played football? Okay. You can call in a coach, several coaches. Do you have any 130, 135, 140-pound football players? Yes, I do. What do the linemen on your team weigh? So-and-so and so-and-so. What is the line average for the front four, front five in a high school situation? I went to a place, Southern League. They averaged out 240, 250.
That is, you inserted your own personal opinion.
Of course, that's what you do.
You gave an example when you were in high school that your high school had security or violence issue with another high school. That's your situation. You cannot use that in this because there was no pretense of any type of violence or tension between the two schools. There was open tents on bleachers. So there was no such thing as trespassing in none of those policies. If you hopped under somebody's tent real quick because it was raining, that's not trespassing. It is open space. Nobody owns that stadium, not the school of Austin McClav or Carmelo Anthony. So trespassing is not a goddamn issue. That's not even relevant because he was not trespassing. I get your analogy. You walked in another school's place, but that was you walked under another school tent and that wasn't your school. And the two guys or the one guy said, get from over here because this is not your team. This is not your school. And we don't want you here. And that's when the incident apparently ensued. But you can't throw trespassing in there because it wasn't trespassing.
Yes, it was. But
there's no trespassing because that was not their property. That was not their property. Trespassing is when you trespassing against someone's property. That was not Austin McCaff's school's property. So it was just a tent. That was a majority of the people that was running under that school was sitting under that tent. He only went there not to just chill out, just for shelter for a quick minute and then leave. But it was an altercation that took place. You're now throwing in trespassing. Maybe the DA would try to throw that in.
Okay, now let me defeat that to show you what you're going astray from. Let's supposing that this came to the team bench. The teams don't own those benches unless the game was being played at their particular high school, their venue. That bench would then be assigned to the school. But even if it was in a public stadium, they are assigned that bench. So let's supposing the football team or the track team is sitting out on the bench with the coach standing in front of them, the water boys at each end, the trainers with the towels and stuff in case there's an emergency, and four guys from the opposing team walk across the field and decide to sit down. Do you mean they're supposed to have to call the police to say, you can't be here interfering with our team where you hear the team instructions where you're sitting this near to the action? Leave, go back on the other side of the field. See, they can't say that. And when they tell somebody that, that sets up a condition of trespass because that other athlete, that student from the other school, has no business trying to intrude themselves sitting in the midst of the other team. Now, see, that's what comes in. And if you have a smart DA, they'll bring that up. What is likely to happen is the DA is going to say, at the worst, what this dead boy did was announce that the defendant was trespassing and ask him to leave.
Okay.
And at that point, I don't care whether he laid hands on him or not, there was no justification, according to the prosecution side, to deal with moving it to deadly force and stabbing this guy in the center or in the chest area, the thorax, with a knife. Now, he said, I was defending myself from what? A butt whipping. Well, you can't kill somebody because you got your butt beat.
It's a high school track meet. It start pouring down raining and people are just running under for a shelter. You know how many times I've been to high school events where it rains and then you all just huddle under whatever shelter? So it's people from different teams huddling together until the rain is dissolved and then you go back to your own team place.
This is not a large tent structure. What is being depicted is a very small awning shelter that probably could have gotten a table under it and 6 chairs. Now, that's how small it is. So here you have somebody from the opposite team going to take up that much space from the shelter. Okay, fine. So nobody is entitled to tell him to leave. And if they tell him to leave, they have to suffer his presence. Let me tell you how it's going to develop.
Okay.
What's going to develop is some hot-headed kid that didn't have the personal courage and bravery to go have a fight, had a knife. And he was on the wrong side. And he got angry because somebody asked him to step in the rain because this awning was not set up for the opposing team. If they wanted someplace to shelter, their team could have set it up. So when he's asked to leave, there's a hands laid on. Even if the other kid who's dead was wrong for doing it, even if he committed an assault or an assault and battery, the problem is that the defendant ran his mouth off when he didn't have to with a Fifth Amendment framework that he could have stuck himself into and prospered. He said, I was defending myself. That will be used in evidence. Defending yourself against what? Well, I was there and they told me to leave. So they're telling you you're trespassing on their territory. Okay, fine. So what happens? Does he want to take the stand and let this come out? He'll take the stand and justify if he wants to. He has no prior record, so there are no prior bad acts they can bring up. So the question becomes, all right, you want to testify. Explain why you stabbed him in the chest with a knife instead of hitting him with your fist.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't explain that because you admitted that you used deadly force. I was protecting myself.
So let me add this.
You can't use deadly force against in those circumstances. By the way, the judge is going to recite the law to the jury if that comes up and define what trespassing is.
All right. Okay.
I mean, that was such horse shit. You know, if you read the police report, police report says that the statements that Carmelo made, he had made absent being read his Miranda rights.
That doesn't matter.
What's the probability? He
just told
you're
you.
gonna hold up in
He
court
just told you.
statements
He
made
just
by a
told you.
17-year-old
He
without
just
his
told you.
Miranda
Ooh,
rights?
he just
And
told
he's a
you.
17-year-old kid.
Ooh,
Any
he
decent
just told you.
attorney is
Okay.
gonna shoot the shit
I-
those
I-
statements
I-
that boy made without him
you know
being
better.
Miranda.
Let me finish. The judge, he's been a judge for so long, man. It's ridiculous. He just told you what's going to happen. Okay, about the Fifth Amendment. He just told you about Miranda. No. About him running his mouth off before he's actually taken into custody.
Oh yeah, for
okay?
sure, for sure.
You know what that's called?
He is
That's
a
called.
17-year-old. He
It
is
doesn't
a minor.
matter.
It's not gonna.
It
It's
doesn't
not
matter.
going to hold up.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
not going to hold up. They're not
Okay,
going to
we'll
be
see.
able to use
We'll see.
his
We'll see.
free
Here's the part.
Miranda comments against him.
It's in
Here's
the
the
police
part.
report.
Here's the part about excited utterance. That's what that's called. Excited utterance.
Yes.
Okay. Do you need to read Miranda at every arrest?
No.
No.
In
Here's
fact,
the
in
thing.
Texas. But go ahead.
Here's the thing about Miranda. Okay. I even like to get a person's signature if I can. Because once I read your Miranda rights and you make an excited utterance, I'm going to be like, look, I'm going to read you your Miranda. Whatever you say after that, you already been informed. But the Miranda is only
if you're being
Miranda is
arrested.
only
If you're being arrested, he was just
no.
being detained.
No. If you're being questioned,
yes, yeah,
you need to ask Miranda. That's why you're usually going to get Mirandized by the detectives. I'm not questioning you. I'm just arresting you.
In fact, the cop told him to shut up.
Yeah, and also in Texas, judges, like after the fact, like after the guy's been arrested, during probable cause hearings, they will read Miranda. But everything that took place with that cop prior to being in that courtroom, it's still on the table.
Somebody brought up Trayvon Martin, man. I'm gonna tell you, you motherfuckers don't know shit about Trayvon Martin, okay? Zero, okay? Trayvon Martin, if it wasn't for us talking to them black folks in Florida, what's his name would never been brought to trial because his father and his mother, one was a federal judge, the other was actually a federal prosecutor, right? They weren't going to bring this dude to trial, okay? There's only one reason they brought him to trial, right? Because we told them that if they do not, you need to go out and protest. Guess what's happening in a couple of weeks, okay? Then the Republican National, convention, right? Okay, in Orlando, Florida, right? Okay, they weren't not going to convict this guy. They were not going to bring this guy on the trial. We told them, we personally told them, okay, if you really want this guy to stand trial, you need to threaten protest. Okay, come in hoodies and then to protest the national convention on TV, right? Okay, guess what happened a week fucking later? They picked his ass up, okay? Yep. I know that personally because we talked to the motherfuckers down there and in the area. And they were saying, what we gonna do? What we gonna do? Okay. I said, where they holding the convention? That's what we said, okay? Yeah. At the time. That's the only reason that he even stood trial because like I said, his father and his mother were I think one was a federal prosecutor, the other was a federal judge. He was not
the father was the judge.
Yeah,
the father was the judge.
And the mother was something else with the feds. Okay, I can't remember exactly what she was. Okay,
I think she was a federal. I think she was either a prosecutor or an agent.
She was a federal prosecutor, I do believe. Okay, and basically we were going to wipe him clean, right? They were not even going to convict him, and we told them, okay, if they do not pick this guy up and at least make him stand trial, go down to the fucking convention in Orlando and in hoodies and protest. Exactly what we're going to do. Guess what happened a week later? We are not going to fuck up our convention. Okay, they arrested his motherfucking ass and made him fucking stand trial. Okay, I know that person because we actually had a part to play in that shit. Okay.
And a lot of people, you know, I know people think that I'm just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to the criminal justice system. But
we got about 5 more minutes, and I got.
I'm gonna just say this because this shit gets old. Number one, the stand your ground is probably gonna be the only thing that saves his ass.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Yep.
I hope so.
I mean, what I'm saying,
you're gonna pay a penance because you brought the knife to a school function.
Yeah.
You're gonna pay that no matter what, because they're gonna say we did not allow you to do that. The school's not gonna take any fucking responsibility. Okay.
Nope.
Here's what I'm telling you, because this is, I don't know, maybe it's because of my background, people just don't like it, or people don't think I'm blowing smoke out of my ass. I've seen many of these cases before. I've told you physically how many times I like the Second Amendment is more direct than fucking stand your ground. And this is the part where it gets about stand your ground, because now you get fuzzy when it should be the same fucking context. Am I goading the person? Am I doing coercion? Am I telling the motherfucker, come on out? Come on out? Because I'm gonna ask you this one question. If he didn't have the knife, would he say the same shit? Would he react the same way?
I don't know.
There's so many, and that's part of what the case is going to be. Every fucking question you bring on here is going to be asked in that fucking courtroom.
What I really want is that this kid, if I really honest, I want this kid to get a slap on the wrist and actually continue his life.
And that's what any black man want, because he's supposed to be, with the level of brilliance that he has.
Yes.
He's supposed to be the motherfucker that pulls us into the next generation.
He's supposed to be running for Congress in 10, 15 years.
You don't, and this is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say. Because I'm neutral as fuck. I want my boy to win because he's black, but I'm neutral when it comes to the law.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this. For everybody who has a black nephew, a son, a grandson, a cousin, little cousin, kids you mentor, friends, a lot of us need to really hit home and emphasize, stop thinking with your pride. Stop doing what you see those bitches do.
Yeah.
You don't have the covering and the protection of society and the government like they do.
And the judge is going to see about the downstream effect. If you let this kid walk with what he just did, you give a license to every fucking body else that's being bullied by a kid on campus. Okay.
And what you really need to do is what we really need to do to prevent a lot of this shit. You need a lot more male-centered schools. If you let the two kids fight it out, what happened when we fought as a kids?
We became friends most of the time.
Exactly. Exactly. Why the fuck do you think when I coach wrestling, two wrestlers wanted to fight, close that motherfucking door, look out. One of you motherfuckers look out for the athletic director.
Guess what they did the very next week that it should have done the week of this track event, right? Okay. They have bag checks and they have metal detectors at the entrance now. Okay. For all events, every single one, because that's what's supposed to have happened during this event. Okay, a backpack was not allowed in that stadium. Okay, all that shit that he brought with him was not allowed. The only reason he got in was because there was nobody checking. Okay,
and
so what about like change of clothes? What was he going to use to change clothes?
In other words, you can have a clear backpack of a certain size. Okay,
I'll give you a perfect example.
But it has.
I mean, now kids don't have backpacks at schools and sporting events. Is that what we're doing now? I mean, can we? I'm just come on, man. Let's not go too far out of just to make a point.
What I'm saying is it's not. I'm not blowing things out of proportion. I actually went and read the Frisco, the Cock and Doll Stadium policy, right? And they said that doing the only reason that they don't do it for track events because it's too small, it's too expensive, right? Okay, football games, he'd have never got in with that backpack or that knife, okay, and he knows that. Okay, football games, they have metal detectors, they have to have a bag check, they have to have a clear backpack, and they have to check your bags,
Yeah.
okay.
When I went to school, you had clear backpacks, man.
But the only reason that it wasn't this way is because track meets are small and it was sparsely attended, right? Guess what they did the very next week? They said, okay, it's the actual state policy for all events, okay?
Yeah.
All events.
Well, I mean, I guess you don't have to do metal detectors at track events if folks ain't usually trying to fight each other over tent.
No, Uru. This is a one.
It's called preventive maintenance.
Okay.
I mean, if it's usually a kind of collegial environment where people aren't necessarily confronting each other over.
Good evening. Your time now is 10:52. I'm Jeanette Reyes. We told you at 7:52. I don't want to hold you. We told you at 8:52. Don't let me keep you. This just into our newsroom. You are not obligated to go to your place of residence as your final destination, but it certainly cannot be here.
Closing thoughts. Everybody got a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to finish to what the hell Charles and then was saying. Anything that you say in front of an officer, whether he's detaining you or not, whether he's standing off to the side or whatever the case may be, he can use it against you. Plain and simple. No expectation of privacy in public. Period. There you go. Now you know. So anything that I'm saying right here, and Charles hears it, and he works for the Baltimore PD, and he says, that's suspect. Charles can put a case against me, and they can come get a warrant and come in my house. So,
I mean,
you got a minute, Charles. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. I might do it at the party, I might not.
Go ahead. I'm so fucking sick of this shit, man.
I'm gonna just tell you, all right. And this is what I want everybody to do. And Black Uber, I still love you, man.
Yeah, we love him like
nothing but a healthy debate. I don't mind them. See, this is what a lot of people want. You want Black people and Black men to be in certain positions to school you and smarten you up. And when you have that, you don't listen to the motherfuckers. It's not like I haven't made numerous arrests in numerous cases, from warrants to FTAs to a lot of shit. I'm telling you how this shit is going. The biggest thing is going to not be, of course, the stand your ground is probably going to be the thing that saves his ass. Because
Hopefully.
anywhere else, that would have been, hopefully it is.
Yeah.
Because we still got, there's evidence they have not presented out to the public yet. Perfectly.
Yeah.
And a lot of you motherfuckers better pray to your God for this young man that he can get a slap on the wrist. But
I pray to God that him having that prior altercation with this fellow is not true. Okay.
I'm praying as well, because that's going to show premeditation.
Ooh, I know that's even worse. Yeah, go ahead.
And that's going to show it. So I'm just going to end it with this. Look, a lot of us need to do a lot more mentoring and look for these Black male schools, because one, a lot of this fucking ego shit that we've seen lately is going to cost your fucking kids, our kids, not only their lives, but their fucking freedom. And I'm going to end off with that.
All right. Okay.
I'll go
ahead, James.
Again, so all you pedestrians, all those who want to convert to the pedestrian side, right? Please, man, when you have people who are subject matter experts, the fact that BJ's played a judge who's been in this game for a long time, and Black folks still want to make their own set of rules, their own thought process. Please stop it, because this is part of the situation where I remember BJ saying this, and even the gentleman, the book that you always referred to, the clash of classism.
Oh yeah, the tangle pathology.
Yes, and this needs to stop, because this is why, and I've always said this, we have one of the most difficult times to progress, to even actually sit and have a rational conversation. And I think that, yes, we don't have all the evidence, right? But this is a fundamental case study on why this becomes very frustrating, and this is why I hear all the time, let the shit burn. Because we as those who are trying to move forward, push society forward, need to understand, man, like, there are people who have actually some expertise, and we should sit down and consider their thoughts instead of trying to fight and just do whatever we think is plausible, how we feel. And I'll end on that note.
Yeah. AB, you got anything to say, or you done?
Yeah, I had been listening. I'm at the point I'm just gonna wait for the jury verdict. And hear because I want to hear all the evidence before I make a judgment.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look. I will say this much. Right now, it doesn't look good for him, and it is what it is. Is what it is, and that's all I got.
Yeah. That's. Remember, I told you I didn't want to play that for this very reason. Okay.
Yes.
I told you. I said, "Was it okay that I play?" Because I didn't actually want all this debate. It's just one of you guys actually hear what the judge said. It turned into like a 3-hour debate over this. It's like, okay, man, I'm done with it.
If they ain't gonna listen to Judge Joe Brown,
I am done with it, man. Until
Mhm.
until the final verdict. I don't want to. I'm not going to sit on a panel with it. I don't want to hear this shit no more. Okay, I'm
You
sick
saw
of
what I said. I said this is still preliminary round, dude. We haven't been to discovery yet.
That don't mean nothing to black folks, okay? Don't mean
Nope.
nothing. Okay, we actually we had a God's eye view over the whole situation. We know exactly what happened and what was said and who did what and why they did it.
And
Blah blah blah.
I'm gonna tell you this, BGS. You could literally sit there as God, and you can have 20 niggas with you, and you're gonna get 20 different points of view.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter whether you read the statute or not. It don't matter. He had a right to have that night. Okay, man. You know what? Fine. Okay. It's not against Texas law. Okay. I can tell you, judges look at precedents, okay, that they're getting ready to set, right? Okay.
Mhm.
If you
Like I
allow,
said, it don't look good.
if you allow, and I'm talking to a police officer, right? If a judge allows a kid to get off black, I don't care what color he is, right? But
Mhm.
stabbing a schoolmate in the chest with a knife, okay,
Oh
under
God.
under grave circumstances, right? You're gonna get copycats. You will all
You're
over the
gonna
state.
get copycats, and every fucking defense attorney is gonna be licking their fucking
Nigga
lips.
fucking chop. So what I'm saying is, can the judge let him go with a slap of the wrist? It can happen.
Yes, but you're gonna see an emergency assembly where they're gonna say, the next motherfucker who does this, you're being tried as an adult.
It probably will happen. Then that's the whole thing. That's why I would like him to do with the smallest amount of time possible so he can get on with his life. I don't. This shit is ugly. Okay, that's why I rarely. On my other channel, I haven't even talked about this shit because I know
Purposely, why do you think I haven't talked about it?
because until all the evidence comes out, because it's ugly and people have all kinds of opinions and passions,
You're talking to a
and I don't
guy
want to deal
who's
with this
done
shit.
this boots and ground, investigated several crimes.
Yeah.
I had buddies of mine who I still talk to who we work together and we talk about cases like this.
Yeah.
And they're like, what would you do? I said, dude, God damn.
Hey,
And you're talking to a guy who was so efficient. By the time we had a guy shot, by the time my sergeant came up there, he's like, where's everybody? Oh, we already sent the medic, sent one call with the medic. We had 2 canvassing. I'm in here with the detectives. And he's like, well, God damn. What am I supposed to do? Sign the fucking report?
Yeah. Outside of school, okay, like we said, outside of school, no matter what
Outside of school,
happens,
you got me. You got me. I'm with you.
he probably has a damn good shot, man. Inside of school, man, there's the extra precedent that will set if they allow this kid to get off.
You're talking
we got a
about
big
where
hurdle.
resource. Let me just say this real quick. You're talking about an event where it's supposed to be camaraderie between schools.
It's supposed to be safe.
Safety. It's supposed to have resource officers. Supposed to have all kinds of people there.
Yes.
And you're telling me, by hook or by crook, they're gonna put such, and trust me, y'all gotta remember the fucking Texas is red as a motherfucker. They're not gonna accept this shit.
Right. Gosh, man, I feel so bad for the young man and his father, man. It's like, like you want to slap the kid upside, motherfucker. What were you thinking? God,
Yeah,
damn,
it's like,
what you
nigga,
thinking?
you one of the best of us. Did I not just come off your last stream, not our stream, and did I not say, do we protect the best of our best? And that's what pisses me the fuck off.
You try to, man. You move them. You move your family to an upper middle class mixed community where this shit doesn't happen. Okay,
And
this
you
shit
bring
doesn't
that
happen.
fucking tough guy
And
bullshit.
with you, and no matter what it is, okay, whether God, man, it's just anyway, man. Let me get off here, man, because I need to go get a drink, man, because this makes me drink. Shit.
You know, this is a tequila night, and my coworker, she loves
yes.
that shit.
Peace
I
out.
tell people, man, this used to be a time when you don't dishonor your father or your parents.
Yeah.
Because I know it wasn't easy from going to Louisiana to fucking Texas.
No.
God damn.
Yeah, man.
I pray. I'm gonna pray for this kid, man.
I'm praying for the kid, man. I just, gosh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's get out of here.
Right, man.
Dr. Marifa, appreciate you. Late Night Rumble, yeah. It is what it is, man. It wasn't supposed to go this long. It's supposed to be like an hour. Anyway, y'all, I got to get out of here. We'll see you on maybe Friday or Sunday, Dr. Marifa. Talk about the tariffs and some other things that's going on, because I think China called Donald Trump's bluff, and I think it's not going well. Anyhow, we get out of here. I see you. Yeah, I got to get a drink after this, man. Anyway, folks.
What can I say? Mamba out.
Muzyka Denis Siedem.